What happened? I mean, seriously, what happened? It's literally not having an issue now. It's just like that stream, that particular stream was just like, nope, we're no longer accepting the information. But like, so I was getting like down in the bottom right corner, just constant orange square, red square. That was what was causing all the buffering. I think we were on Red Guard Girl. We just kick up a new stream and bam, just like that, we're back. But yeah, that is a pretty big pain in the ass. At least at the Jesus. I did everything, right? Speed test, make sure the internet's working good. Internet was fine. Restart the computer. That wasn't it. And finally, what it took, just had to start the stream over. Which is stupid, because it means the VOD's going to be split in half. But what can you do? What can you do? Well, we can definitely be pissed. This is definitely a black mark against YouTube. Yeah, I guess there's a distinct possibility that like the monetization application just randomly like an hour later went stream's dead. You can no longer stream on this. All right. We were in the middle of the disclaimer. Will I do 40K games? That depends on if any 40K games catch my attention. I got my hands on a physical copy of Dawn of War 2 from a game shop out when I was visiting family. But I don't necessarily think that like I'll ever review it or anything like that because it's an RTS game, so it's like I think some people would legally kill me if I ever talked about real-time strategy. This is such a pain because now I got to send out the links again. And by the way, it was a different issue than like what killed yesterday's stream that never happened. I would not be surprised if like YouTube was oh yeah, you want to get super chats? Okay, fuck you. Can I edit this link? Don't think I can edit. I can't edit the community post. Okay. Community post is up. Well, it sucks too, because like we had like 250 viewers. Like we were having a really good stream. You know, the ball was rolling. Don't buffer on me. Don't buffer on me. You gotta be kidding me. What? We were having a really good stream. YouTube, what's your issue? This ain't me. This is not me. This is not on my end. Like, please, Susan. Now go look at Team YouTube's page, see if, like, they're responding to a bunch of people complaining about their fucking service having issues. No, it doesn't look like it. Well, the preview's doing nothing but buffering. Hang on, chat's got to disappear for a second. YouTube, you're killing my vibe here. It is actually killing my vibe, so like the chat window won't pop out. There it goes. As far as I'm aware, IP doesn't the IP doesn't throttle. ISP doesn't throttle. But yesterday was an OBS issue, and today is a today's a YouTube issue. I'm fairly confident it's not an ISP issue, because they let the speed test go full steam ahead. You don't hear sound? What do you mean you don't hear sound? No, I guess it's true. Even though OBS on my end is putting sound. Don't gaslight me here. What do you mean you don't hear sound? Yeah, see? What he said. You might see the mouth move occasionally because I'm having a cheese stick, because I still have my lactose privileges. This is such a pain in the ass. Alrighty. I do apologize. Even though I really shouldn't have to. Really shouldn't have to. Nothing else is coming through if you're playing it. I mean, we're not playing the video. Do you see the video on screen? Hang on. Nothing else is coming through if you're playing. I see the viewership numbers are all kinds of fucked. I got one thing telling me I got 80 viewers, I got another thing telling me I got 40, and I got another thing telling me I got 100. No video on screen? No shit, there's no video on screen. Yes, I'm aware, thank you. Like, why would I just go, alright, time to just continue critiquing this video when the stream might not be working in a couple minutes? Like, I don't even know what actually came through on the last stream. Like, where, not where I left off, but where you guys left off. Anything I said off script? Yeah, well, like, there's part where I mess up. I'll put this out there in case anybody's having... Yes, that's what I was saying. If the stream's having issues, then there would be no reason for me to actually, like, just, like, continue critiquing the video and then, like, oh shit, like, 5 minutes of my critiques aren't on stream because of issues that I've had. Talking about the conversation piece that was the script. Yeah, I think definitely okay, if that's where we were. I think a physical copy of the script sitting on your coffee table would definitely be something that, like, your guests would want to talk about. Now, of course, that's making the big assumption that, like, you're the type of person to have guests over, that you even own a coffee table. But listen, I still think that, like, it would be an amusing... It would definitely have to be, like, we do a GoFundMe, and, like, we generate the money needed to do it on pre-sales. Like, I'm not going to drop, you know, 5 or 10 grand on printing physical copies of the script only for, like, me to have to sit on them for a couple years. It's like people buy one once a month, you know. There would have to be, like, proof that that's something that people would want to own. You're not wrong. I do want to scream. How much, though? That's a great question. It depends on the quote that I would be given. Alrighty, so we were somewhere around here. And I think he was talking about, like, he was explaining subjectivity to us.
As there will always be exceptions to every claim, but as the saying goes, the exception is not.
Why the fuck would my guests ask me about a Skyrim script? Well, think about it. Okay, you have this thick-ass script on your coffee table, and it's got, like, a really weird picture on the cover of it. I'm just saying, they're going to ask you about that. They're going to want to know more. It's a conversation starter. And, I mean, it's going to warm your girl up, because you bring your girl over to your place, you're sitting on the couch, you're chilling, right? And she's looking at the coffee table, and she sees this Oblivion script. And she's like, what the fuck is that, right? That's going to warm her up to the fact that after you fuck her, and you're sleeping in bed, you pull out your phone, and you play the Oblivion quick retrospective that's 12 hours long that helps you sleep. And she's going to be like, what the fuck are you... Like, look, if you didn't have the coffee table book, she's going to ask you what the fuck. But you've warmed her up to it. You've warmed her up to it with this script that was on your coffee table. That way, she's not surprised that you listen to a man's voice to go to sleep every night.
The rule. These conclusions and takeaways are all based on how the game played out in my experience, but the experience can vary greatly depending on one's background as a gamer and how one chooses to play it, and so your experience might vary. As you might guess from the title, I'm going to be fairly critical of Skyrim, but I'm not trying to say anyone is wrong for liking Skyrim or that my...
I think the deaf are probably going to have a different experience of Skyrim. Why do you think the multi-hour game analysis genre is blown up lately? Well, a lot of it has to do with the audience, which is adults, just kind of wanting something that they can listen to for hours at a time at work or what have you. I think that's a big part of it. That's like, and also, it's like the appeal of a podcast, but 1,000 times better, because a podcast or a live stream or what have you are like on a minute by minute basis not very good, but an edited video that lasts for 12 hours, I mean, that's a shift and a half right there of one video that you have to listen to, especially if you synergize with the topic.
My experience is the only correct one. Finally, this review will be based on playing just the base vanilla version of the game, updated to the latest version, with only a handful of mods installed, which include Sky UI, follower commentary.
Every time someone mentions that they play with Sky UI, there's at least one person in the chat who like, that user interface mod is total dog shit. And I don't understand that one.
Overhaul, amazing follower tweaks, correct race height, and mule facelift.
All right, so I've got some questions here. I'm under the impression, I've been told this before, and it was on the DW Terminator stream, that amazing follower tweaks is not a very good mod. All right, follower commentary overhaul. A mod which injects new life into the vanilla followers of Skyrim by greatly expanding their repertoire of idle, conditional commentary using only vanilla resources. But how? Like, this is an odd one. Like, I don't know. Is that really like, if you're doing a trim and tight mod loadout, is that really necessary? I remember it was highly affecting that guy's review crashing a lot. Oh yeah, he was like complaining about how often the game would crash, and he was playing with AFT. So correct race height. This is one of those mods that doesn't even pop up when you look it up. This mod changes the heights of the playable races to Oblivion race heights. Okay. Why? I mean, I guess, sure. And then mule facelift. That's like the one that you don't want to admit is there. Mule facelift. Like, is this gonna be an Oxhorn moment? I think we know what he likes. I don't know, it's like, okay. You can lie if it means that, like, you don't have to admit that, like, you're playing with weird sex mods. Now, I'm not saying Mule Facelift is a weird sex mod. I'm just saying that it's on this list of trim and tight mods. The fact that, like, there's one mod specifically to reworking a very specific character is just kind of unusual. Well, like, okay, you can see, like, the physical difference in heights between Tullius and Ulfric here. So, wait, he's...
One of Skyrim's biggest...
Okay, so I guess he's just steamrolling ahead, like, yep. I'm using the mule. That's why he listed it last. I'm using the mule facelift. Moving on. It's like, wait, you don't want to, like, elaborate on some of those decisions? Like, I understand the argument that like, oh, you're playing with a handful core of mods, but I'm just slightly curious about like your eclectic collection. Mjol is the Nord woman in Riften that you see when you first enter the city, who is talking to her boy toy about like how the Thieves Guild is like ruining everything. I would say Mjol is definitely like a fourth place waifu character for Skyrim. I've seen her up there. She's very common. So the funny thing is, there's a guy in Riften who's like scripted to follow Mjol around, and he will continue to do that even after you marry her and like move her out of Riften. This guy will show up to your house to follow Mjol around.
Biggest selling points literally is the sheer size of its world. At the time, it was unrivaled in scale.
I mean, like, really? Like, I'm sorry, there's not a good argument you can make for that. There is not a good argument that you can say, oh yeah, it's unrivaled in scale. Not only are there bigger worlds, there are bigger handcrafted worlds.
Literally is the sheer size of its world. At the time, it was unrivaled in scale. No other
Unrivaled in scale. It's unfortunate that you decided to open with this, considering this is literally the topic I've been researching. In terms of video game map size comparisons, there's a popular image that floats around that I don't necessarily think is true, but I mean, like, yeah, you can find map size comparisons. And I mean, like, it's comparing maps to contemporary games, but even at the time, like people said in chat, there was Just Cause 2. Now, of course, Just Cause 2's trick is that, like, a lot of its map is highly repetitive, but... So, yeah, like, I think World of Warcraft even gives Skyrim a run for its money, because... So, the map comparison that I always see uses Oblivion, but Skyrim's around the same size as Oblivion, but, like, World of Warcraft is, like... I would say it's, like, 5 or 6 Oblivions, right? And then you have Burnout Paradise, which is way bigger than Azeroth, and you have Just Cause 2, which is way bigger than World of Warcraft. I'm just saying, like, no.
games of that time with that production value had such massive worlds with so much to see and do within them. The map is literally miles wide with mountainous heights you can actually climb, if you count walking up man-made hiking paths or gliding across collision meshes on your horse as climbing. And it's here where I take one of
Hang on. Oh, okay. I was confused there. He's not saying, like, unrivaled map size. I don't think he means scale literally. Well, sure, like, yeah, anybody can throw Daggerfall in as a flash bomb into the map size scale comparison. You know, Minecraft and No Man's Sky for, biggest ginormous worlds, right? Anybody could do that. I'm thinking, like, even as a point of comparison for handcrafted contemporary worlds, even then Skyrim's not a winner for the biggest or even unrivaled. Mountains you can actually climb. Yeah, it's like the biggest trick of that statement was that he was pointing at the throat of the world. You can climb that mountain specifically.
My first and biggest issues with
I wouldn't say horses scaling mountains goes on the bingo card. It does not always come up.
Skyrim. For a world of this size, it's kind of a waste because there's so much dead space and repetitive content.
Oh no. Yeah, you'd hate Just Cause 2 then. I mean, like, really? You're looking at Skyrim's world and you're showing me a picture and you're saying, this is too much dead space. Wow, okay. We're gonna have issues. It's almost like this is the kind of criticism that Bethesda listens to and is like, we have to put something every 20 feet. Every square 20 feet, there has to be something for the player to find. Even if it doesn't make sense. And it's like, it's okay to have dead space in the world. Maybe not repetitive content, but dead space? That's not an issue. Yeah, I very nearly did a fuel review, and there were some issues with it. I think I mentioned that on the channel before, that like I almost made a fuel review. Because that's another one of those like giant world, like that appeals to my like game world liminal space thing. I think it's on like Ross Scott's deal too. But yeah, it's like, I really detest the idea that there's not enough shit packed on screen right now, I guess.
The main issue I find is that the overworld itself feels kind of pointless except to spread out the various map markers. When you set out exploring in Skyrim, you're unlikely to find much in the way of interesting content except by following map markers on the compass, because there's hardly anything to see or do in the world between those special locations, except collecting plants and fighting wild animals.
I mean, it feels disingenuous. Like, there is definitely an element of intentional footage choice here, because he's picking, like, the most boring hole to run through, which is Whiterun Hold. It's meant to be that way. I warned you about Thalmor traps, Dragonborn. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. I just disagree. For one thing, your issue is that you're running with your weapon out, and that actually slows you down. But it's like, what's the alternative to what you're proposing? This guy is definitely a car driver. Well, the thing about The Witcher 3 is that you can summon a teleporting horse to you at any time. I mean, you could do that in Oblivion if you get Arvak or the Hell Horse from the Creation Club. But, I mean, like, I don't know, you travel the world faster in The Witcher 3, so stuff can still be spread out. Didn't he just say how jam-packed the world was? So what he said was, he felt like the world space existed to cram map markers onto.
Itself feels kind of pointless except to spread out the various map markers. When you set out exploring...
So I'm guessing, like, so he's the opposite of me. I'm of the opinion that the scale needs to be made bigger. He's of the opinion that the scale needs to be made smaller.
Exploring in Skyrim, you're unlikely to find much in the way of
But I don't think this man enjoys a walk.
interesting content except by following map markers on the compass, because there's hardly anything to see.
Even then, I mildly disagree because there is definitely a feeling in Skyrim of like you can look around and see stuff to do, right? I know. I'm arguing. I'm arguing a pro map marker position there, but yeah, it's like you could turn the map markers off and still get around in Skyrim because there is a lot of like, there is a decent amount of intuitive map design to Skyrim. Yeah, the first stream, like, YouTube really didn't like that I applied for super chats in the middle of a stream, I guess. And so, like, they just fucking destroyed it.
See or do in the world between those special locations, except collecting plants and fighting wild animals. In the rare instance when you do stumble into an unmarked location or have some kind of random encounter, they tend to be pretty inconsequential. Usually, you're just finding worthless, scaled loot that's been randomized inside a treasure chest, or it's an incredibly short...
I feel like he would really like Assassin's Creed. This is... okay, I can definitely say this is unique. I've never heard this position that that like Skyrim's world is too, like, it isn't jam-packed enough.
Interaction with an NPC that never builds into something more substantial. Most of the time, however, you're just wandering around huge, wide-open expanses completely devoid of any interesting structure or content, with the only worthwhile thing to pique your curiosity.
Again, like, he's picking the most abandoned part of Skyrim's map that, like, in lore is abandoned. I feel like this position would be very self-defeating if you were taking, say, like, the road between Solitude and Dragonbridge, or, like, you were anywhere in the Reach. Anywhere in the Reach. Either of the roads going north or the roads going east. Either of those roads, this argument would be, like, self-defeating. It's like he picked the wasteland part of the map. It's like complaining that there's too much, like, empty space in a desert map, you know?
Being someplace way off on the horizon, at which point gameplay consists entirely of hold down the W key for 30 seconds until you get there.
Death Stranding was out. Death Stranding was out at this point. There's no way that this guy's like, oh my god, this is like the ultimate dopamine trip kind of argument. Like, content need to happen always content, always something happening. And it's like, you know, sometimes it's just nice to walk for a little bit.
Almost like you're waiting at a loading screen before you can actually start playing the game.
I know, it's
you
nice
could
and
possibly
serene.
argue that the world design feels more realistic that way, and
Nope, not even a realism thing. It's just comfy.
possibly more immersive, since a real wilderness isn't going to have interactive things to do behind every tree or under every rock, but realism doesn't necessarily translate to fun game design.
Neither does what you're proposing. This is weird. This is definitely a weird one.
It's inherently unrealistic, after all, that your character can get struck with multiple arrows and suffer
no.
zero consequences from it, and then get back to full health in an instant by chugging a few healing potions. But
oh no. A 30-second pause from riveting Skyrim combat is too much for him. Yeah, this guy would hate No Man's Sky, where, like, I think I had, like, maybe 10 combat encounters in that entire game. Literally, most of my time playing No Man's Sky was traveling. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like Death Stranding is a game where the entire conceit is walking. And I guess there's more to walking in Death Stranding than there is in Skyrim. But you also walk a lot more in Death Stranding than you do in Skyrim. It's like, again, does he really know what, like, the does he know what he's asking for? What he's asking for just sounds like a nightmare. What am I spacing there?
We accept that kind of thing as video games.
There's the distinct lack of war going on in the Skyrim world space. I definitely agree, but it is going on. There are the occasional skirmishes you'll see.
Bending the laws of reality to facilitate better gameplay, because it's not fun to have an arrow pierce your skull and cause a game over instantly.
My guy, you haven't played a lot of Mordhau. I guess it's not that fun in Mordhau, but I don't know, like, archers do provide something to that game, even though they can instant kill you. But yeah, it's like, I never made the argument that, like, the world is spaced out the way it is from a realism perspective. In fact, I would say that Skyrim's world is fairly unrealistic. In the grand scheme of, I feel like he hasn't gone on a whole lot of nature hikes, or maybe even, like, driven across the country. Even in the modern world, there are large empty spaces that have not much going on that take minutes to drive between notable thing, right? Like, I'm in the completely different camp that, like, there's too much packed in. The world scale is just too small. The scale needs to be expanded so that you can have a situation where you can walk for over a minute.
Or to have
Well, I will say horse riders are the worst thing in Mordhau, but that's mostly because they're, like, Crossroads is terrible.
an arrow pierce your stomach and force you to lie in a hospital bed for weeks recovering from internal bleeding.
Again, it's like you're defeating the realism argument that nobody really made.
Having the map in Skyrim be so spread out with long and wide stretches of basically nothing separating unique points of interest may be more realistic, but that...
Again, nobody made this argument. It's all about the pacing of encounters in the game. And, you know, I don't think if this is an issue for you, then you're not into open world games. I'm sorry. How much bigger does it need to be? I think a good place to start would be Elder Scrolls 6 doubling the world scale from Skyrim. So what I mean by world scale is Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim exist at nearly the same world scale, which is if you transpose them on a map of Cyrodiil, or if you transpose them on a map of Tamriel, they actually all, like, will fit in their respective spots at the same scale. So by doubling the scale, like, let's say it's Hammerfell, if you doubled the scale, it wouldn't fit on that same map of the previous games, right?
That comes at the expense of pacing by slowing the game down.
But yeah, I almost feel like you're just not into open world games, if this is your perspective.
With tons of moments where nothing really happens and where there's nothing for you to actively do in the game. Maybe you're...
Good. It's called ambience. I agree with what you're saying, but you're pausing every, like, 3 seconds and not really letting him get his point across. Oh, do we have to do this? Do we have to do this?
Facilitate better gameplay, because it's not fun to have an arrow pierce your skull and cause a game over instantly, or to have an arrow pierce your stomach and force you to lie in a hospital bed for weeks recovering from internal bleeding. Having the map in Skyrim be so spread out with long and wide stretches of basically nothing separating unique points of interest may be more realistic, but that comes at the expense of pacing by slowing the game down with tons of moments where nothing really happens and where there's nothing for you to actively do in the game.
Wow, his argument is so much better now that we've allowed it to fully play out.
Maybe you're someone who enjoys nature treks and the calm moments.
He's going to counter-argue against us. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Okay. Is his point now defeated that we've paused 3 seconds into a sentence? Or can you remember, because like I literally have the captioning on screen, that he's saying, maybe you're someone who enjoys nature treks. Can you keep up with that one?
Associated with simply wandering the world and taking in the sights, but to me it feels like the game is deliberately wasting my time, and I find exploration boring and unsatisfying when so much of it revolves around passively following icons on the compass and
I found a game for you. Here you go. This is the type of game that's probably more your speed. I actually hate that style of argumentation, but this feels very applicable. It's almost a situation where, like, I just think you just have a fundamental, like, these games just aren't for you. I've described it before as like, if I made a video where I was complaining about a real-time strategy game where it's like, I really don't like the top-down perspective when it comes to ordering troops. And then, like, you would stop me right there and you would say, I don't think you like real-time strategy games then. Like... yeah, it's like fucking... I think there's just a fundamental issue here that, like, you just don't like this kind of game then.
instead of actually
like you with roguelikes, yeah. I don't like roguelikes, so I don't talk about them. I don't play a lot of them. Because I don't like the fundamental idea behind them. I don't get why people like them. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't like that the open world doesn't have something literally every 5 feet, which again would look fucking stupid, right? Like, do you understand what you're asking for? Then, I don't know. We're just at like a fundamental impasse here.
exploring and discovering things for myself.
Hang on, what?
And I find exploration boring and unsatisfying when so much of it revolves around passively following icons on the compass instead of actually exploring and discovering things for myself.
Yeah, that sounds like a you problem to me personally. Yeah, I asked people to watch it and tell me if it would be good for a stream. And then some guy right here who's been in the chat, Josh Ricketts, went ahead and like fully annotated the video. So I'm kind of seeing how like my notes stack up against his. Is there a good open world game with something every 5 seconds? I would have to say like a like, it would have to be a modern game set in an urban setting. I'm thinking like Cyberpunk might be this guy's speed, because I think there is actually something every like 5 seconds in Cyberpunk.
The obvious suggestion for that issue might be to simply turn off the compass.
Yep, you don't even need mods. I don't think you need mods. I think no, wait, that's quest markers. You do need mods to get rid of the compass, but you can get rid of the quest markers with I&I edits.
So that I can explore the world entirely on my own, but it turns out you can't even do that in the vanilla game, as there is simply no option to disable the compass. The closest you can do is set the HUD capacity to 0, which removes everything including your health, stamina, and magicka, and is therefore not an ideal solution. Even if you could disable just the compass, I would be dubious of doing so, because the entire world and all of its quests seem designed around the compass. With the world being so big and with the majority of its landmass only existing to spread out the actual areas of meaningful content, I would worry about the game turning into a wild goose chase fruitlessly seeking out content, or being utterly—
You're like the rare person who wants to turn the compass off but keep the quest markers on. This feels like prime fuel for a joke meme mod that gives him what he wants. Yeah, just dump random shit all over the map. This is like, it feels like a weird, there's still community captions in the sense of like, if you want to make up the caption file, you still can. It's just that you can't submit them anymore. It's all submitted by the YouTuber. I didn't like the options in the vanilla game, so I gave my waifu a facelift. Weird one. Also, I don't know. It's like, I feel like there's a disconnect between his explanation for his issues with the exploration, because he said he doesn't like that the world feels so barren, and then he said the reason is that like he feels too motivated to follow the compass.
hopeless to discover places you're intended to go due to the lack of directions given to you by characters or the journal system. As much as I might dislike the concept of the compass for how much it turns the game into a passive matter of follow the icon, it's almost a necessity in a game like this. I don't think you can just remove the compass and magically solve the issue.
You're coming so close. You're coming so close. Does he want the compass or does he not want the compass? He acknowledges that the compass is needed, so why get rid of it? I think he doesn't want the compass. He also wants like quest directions. He's coming close, but he's not quite there. It's like he's complacent.
Without also redesigning the world and all of its content to better facilitate self-driven exploration. Basically, you either keep the compass or you make the world smaller and a lot more structured with more concrete direction given to the player. And the compass—
I'd really be interested to hear an example of like of what your ideal game world would be for Skyrim. Like, what's a good point of comparison? This like is such a, I don't know, it's like it's a backwards based take. The world should be made shittier because of the compass. No, that's his whole argument here. The world needs to be made smaller. Why? Because the compass sucks. Yeah, but he's not making the argument that they should give you the option to remove the compass. He's just saying that, like, well, the compass is totally necessary. The compass icons and the quest markers are intrinsically tied together. That means it's completely necessary, so you got to make the world smaller. And it's like, well, hold on there, partner.
This really is problematic for me, because I find it greatly devalues exploration when it's leading you to everything before you actually have a chance to discover things on your own.
It's okay, so I understand. It devalues exploration because, like, you don't really discover anything if you're just following a compass that takes you there. Great. So we have to make the world smaller as a consequence. No, 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 wait. No, you were on a good track there. You were on a good track there. We should get rid of the compass markers. No, we should make the world smaller. No, how does that make sense? How does that make sense? Then, like, you see what I mean? It's like he was arguing for why, like, they should make quest directions, and then he cut all that out and replaced it with they should make the world smaller.
Oftentimes, the only reason you even know there's something worth checking out in a certain direction is because an icon is marked on the compass, which encourages you to just mindlessly follow the compass instead of actually engaging with the world with your own eyes.
I mean, I've kind of just learned to filter it out. It's not the most, like, it's not Metal Gear Survive tier of user interface elements. Hang on. Like, this game is a user interface clusterfuck, right? Actions, because it constantly just makes you stare at this user interface. Which, when you're out in the world, I think there's a compass, if I remember right. This is a lot of me, like, at the base. Yeah, I mean, there's a compass, but, like, this is a mess, right? Skyrim has a good user interface because, like, you can filter this stuff out. And so it's like, I don't know, it's just weird. Yeah, he is really, like, repeating the same point over and over. And it's an issue because he's making this, like, unconvincing argument for why the map size needs to be made smaller to fix this problem. Would the compass be better or worse than Morrowind's mini-map? Oh, I'd say worse. I don't know. It's like, I prefer the compass for cardinal directions, but I absolutely agree with the element that, like, seeing the icons before you get there is kind of a problem. I think Salt Factory made the same argument. I don't remember that, but it sounds on brand. Hang on. I didn't write it down if he said it. I bet a compass murdered his parents. It's just wrong. It's just wrong.
Finding a cool hidden area isn't a reward for keen observation or methodical determination or shrewd thought processing, but is merely the result of going exactly where the game specifically tells you to go.
This is all true, so we should make the world smaller.
Granted, you might not know exactly what you'll find when you get there. For all you know, it could be some crazy off-the-wall quest that sends you into another dimension for an utterly unique scenario, which can be exciting and surprising when you actually get there, so exploration isn't completely devoid of fun satisfaction, but it feels shallow and straightforward with how easily the game devolves into just following icons on the compass. The other thing that feels like a waste with this—
Sounds like a skill issue. I wouldn't go that far. Do not, like, if you comment on the videos of the people we watch on stream, please do it because you've actually, like, watched the video of your own accord and have something new to say. I will fucking cringe at you if you comment, like, Trishan fucking owned you. Don't even do it ironically. Do not do it ironically.
This world design is that you spend a lot of time, perhaps up to half of your total playtime, in smaller linear dungeons that are completely separate and removed from the overworld design. Regular viewers of my channel should know by now that I'm a big fan of dungeons and open world video games because I like having that contrast of a more linear, directed, and goal-oriented gameplay experience juxtaposed against the open freedom of the overworld, since it adds variety to the experience and provides a meaningful contrast to better appreciate the open world.
It's a lot of words to say I like dungeons. Surely a larger world would be better than it's definitely a weird one. I'm not convinced by his argument. I'm not convinced there was an argument.
My problem with Skyrim is that it just goes overboard with the dungeons and puts too much of the game's content inside those claustrophobic spaces.
I would agree. However, consider Skyrim is a dungeon crawler. And that's not me saying that. That's Acerthorn saying that. But yeah, like yeah, but no. You know what I mean?
When exploring the overworld, a majority
What is this?
of the marked locations you'll discover are caves, fortresses, and ruins that take you out of the overworld, and the majority of quests you pick up send you into those various dungeons. It doesn't really matter where you go in the world or what quest you're doing, as it seems like you'll inevitably wind up inside yet another dungeon with practically the
Wait, why does that one have a trademark on it? You didn't put the text on screen with the trademark. It's like, yeah, it's true, but I don't know, at the same time, too much outdoors, now too much indoors. Yeah, it's like, is he advocating that he just gets like less of a game?
exact same gameplay formula. Follow a linear series of rooms fighting.
Skyrim would be way better if its map was half the size and it had half as many dungeons. And I mean, here's the thing. I just said that as a joke, but there are ways that you could make the case for that being a good thing. Because less world space means like the level designers can focus more efforts on the individual dungeons. Like you cut the number of Skyrim dungeons in half and you say all of those dungeons are twice as good. That would be awesome. But he's not really making that case. He's just kind of like a Philistine who's going around saying that everything needs to be cut.
Fighting bandits or Draugr, maybe occasionally stopping to do a simple picture matching puzzle or to loot a chest in a side room on your way to the boss chamber at the end, where you'll find a big chest with a main reward and a shortcut leading back to the entrance. Unlike Morrowind and
I was blown away. What's the fuck? I cannot remember this quote for the life of me. I literally only had to play like a quarter of a second, and y'all already know like what video this is. Some of you will.
For the 100th.
Oh.
Dragons, a very big frost giant. Morrowind nostalgia. All cool and totally okay for DLC, but not profound, like the first time I stumbled out of a shortcut at the end of a dungeon. Or the 100th.
Now, don't you say there's a punchline coming, because there is fucking not a punchline coming to that statement. I was blown away by the handgun in my mouth. Well, the reduction of dungeons doesn't mean that you still won't be in yet another Draugr dungeon. Well, yeah, it's true. Skyrim does have like a lot of dungeons that aren't really connected to anything, but I don't know, it's like the problem isn't that there are Draugr dungeons, the problem is that there's too many Draugr dungeons.
Oblivion, Skyrim's dungeons are all technically unique since they don't rely on the same cookie-cutter assembly of the same basic layouts, but they still reuse a lot of the same models and textures for things, so they end up looking and feeling incredibly similar to one another, especially when you factor in their virtually identical formulae.
God damn, I thought that sentence would never end. Also, please, you just repeated yourself there. I still can't believe Will deleted his videos because of you. Well, we don't know that's true. Listen, I am the one who made the theory that Will deleted his videos because of me. So, yeah, okay. So he's of the mind that, like, Oblivion dungeons were copy-pastes, but Skyrim dungeons are not copy-pastes. But Skyrim dungeons still use, like, the same cookie-cutter pieces. Like, I'm going to read you the full quote here. By the way, this sentence, I think this sentence goes on forever.
And a shortcut leading back to the entrance.
Alright, so this is where the sentence starts, and we're going to listen to all of it. And, the issue is that, like, yeah, he's saying that Morrowind and Oblivion's dungeons rely on cookie-cutter assembly of the same basic layouts. So I really just want you to listen to this full sentence, and it is going to take a while, but we will get to the end of it.
Unlike Morrowind and Oblivion, Skyrim's dungeons are all technically unique since they don't rely on the same cookie-cutter assembly of the same basic layouts, but they still reuse a lot of the same models and textures for things, so they end up looking and feeling incredibly similar to one another, especially when you factor in their virtually identical formulae.
That was one sentence. Skyrim uses tile sets. They all do the same thing. There are fucking parts of Skyrim dungeons that I can close my eyes and see. I see them in my dreams. I see them in my sleep. And the same is true for Oblivion and Morrowind. They're all the same. But he defeated himself because he said that Skyrim's not that way. But it is that way.
Few of the dungeons have any sort of uniquely memorable set piece or gameplay functionality, and so they all start to blur together and become repetitive very quickly. It seems pretty clear to me that the amount of dungeons in this game are churned out purely to serve as filler content, because they needed something to fill out the space and to give the player more things to do, not because there was an interesting quest, story, enemy encounter, or level design they wanted to show off.
I mean, that can be true, but I don't know. I'm kind of a fan of, like... I'm kind of a fan of having lots of areas that exist just to exist. Like, not every tomb has to have some end-of-the-world quest inside it. Sometimes places are just tombs. You think all these Skyrim videos were specifically designed just to mind break you, Pat? I definitely have thought before that, like, sometimes content gets made just to mess with me. And this could be one of them. This is, I still don't think you're writing at the right place in your notes. Oh, I'm probably not. Yeah, I added that to Will's section. What do you mean still? I would have noticed eventually. Okay, so... yeah, this Joss Ricketts guy is really a lot more tolerant than I am. Everyone who ever made a Skyrim video did it deliberately to fuck with Patrician back in, like, 2011. Hey! They can... listen, if there is a conspiracy going, they could absolutely change the dates on the videos just to fuck with me. Like, this used to be a cooking channel. And then the deep state stole this cooking channel and turned it into a review channel to give it plausible cover for their Skyrim video that would be a mind break on me. Also, hang on, I'm pretty sure I've seen this before. Like, not just that this is a famous picture, but that, like, I've seen this as, like, somebody's channel art before. Oh, it's similar. Okay. But I swear I've seen this before. Like, isn't this some science YouTubers, like, this is their picture for their channel art? What this guy is advocating for would lead to a monotonous stream of excitement that would ironically get boring without exploration, mystery, or tension to contrast with. Well, yeah, it's like the old people hate the walking sequences in Fury, but they exist because like if you're doing the walking sequence in Fury, it's typically because you just beat the boss.
After a while, I just started ignoring these dungeons whenever I discovered a new one, because I could feel confident that the gameplay experience would be pretty similar to what I'd already seen and done countless times before, and that I was unlikely to find any kind of unique loot that would be better than what I'd already unlocked or was already using.
Again, I feel like you're just going about, like, you're just, I hate to say it, I think you're playing the game wrong, because, you know, show me on the doll where Todd Howard forced you to do all of the dungeons as you encountered them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you don't have to do every dungeon as you see it. That's always been true. The cool thing about Skyrim is that, like, you can pass a dungeon on your way to do something else and think to yourself, there's like a whole area there, and I don't have to do it.
As I said before, normally I find the prospect of dungeon crawling appealing in open world games because of how it mixes up the gameplay and provides a refreshing change of pace from the open world gameplay formula.
However, I'm going to take immense issue with this for reasons that will likely be arbitrary.
But the dungeons didn't have that effect in this game, probably because there are just so many and because they're all so similar.
Right, it's because there's too many, not because they are inherently boring in and of themselves. So basically he's saying that, like, if you surreptitiously modded his game of Skyrim to have half as many dungeons, you just deleted half of Skyrim's dungeons from the game, that he would think that Skyrim is a better game as a consequence.
Instead, it felt like just the same thing over and over again, and eventually started to feel like the main focus. Like it was a dungeon crawling game with an overworld pasted on, as opposed to an open world game with dungeons inserted into the overworld.
Why is the latter necessarily better than the former, though? Like, why can't you just have a dungeon crawler game that has an overworld attached to it? I disagree. I think he's advocating for smaller and more handcrafted worlds. I don't think he wants a faster paced new quest every second game. I disagree. His literal complaint was that, like, there literally wasn't something happening every 30 seconds that he was playing.
Your experience may vary, but
Oh, well, thank you for that.
I had a lot of sessions early on where I'd play for a couple hours and feel like I spent the majority of my time crawling through dungeons because that's where the quests were sending me, or because those are the locations I was finding while exploring the overworld.
Again, like, that's a valid criticism, but I don't know. This video is just weird because there's just an inherent disconnect between his arguments and his points. I would not, yeah, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he complained about having to loot every single urn he sees.
And unfortunately, even though you're free to ignore the dungeon crawling if you don't like it or find it too repetitive, that's
Which is what I said.
a pretty significant chunk of the game's explorable space and content to remove from the equation, and doesn't speak very well of the game overall if one of its main features is something you would want to ignore in the first place.
I wouldn't say that, like, oh, you should just outright ignore it, like, never do dungeons, but it's like the inherent assumption that you have to do every dungeon the second you see it is flawed. And that doesn't mean that, like, well, the only other alternative then is that you just never do dungeons. It's like, no, the alternative is that, like, you try to find a reasonable pace where you do the dungeons as you want to do them, or as you're told to do them, rather than just, like, well, I want to see if he calls Ulfric Stormcloak a racist, and that's always important. How would you compare this to Genji's video? I would almost say this is better than Genji's video because at least this has something to say.
The whole world design just seems like a typical case of quantity over quality, where they focused on creating as many things as possible.
That's got to be on the bingo card at this point. Who the fuck? Sorry, that was not your Discord notification. I usually mute Discord, but since I restarted my computer, didn't have it muted. Immo threatened to cut his daughter if he didn't delve every dungeon. He's working in extremes, which is kind of unfortunate. Like, you can just play a game instead of 100% or 0%ing a game. Why bother with critiquing the world design if it's all just the person playing it? Why bother critiquing anything if it's all just up to the person playing it? I've never understood that. I've never understood the, Who pinged me? No, I've never understood why, like, you would just boil your video down to, but it's just subjective at the end of the day. It's like, great, I've wasted 2 hours. Fucking, like, I'm not gonna say that, like, he's just, like, falling back on the subjective argument, because he is making points, but it's like, it does defeat himself somewhat to just say, but at the end of the day, your mileage may vary, and it's like, yeah, I know. There were big titties in my version of the game. I don't even agree with that. I think people keep reviewing Skyrim because they think it's an easy target.
Possible simply to make the world bigger instead of putting their effort into making those things as unique and memorable as possible.
Like, yeah, sure, that's true, but I don't know. I don't think you want what you're asking for.
As the sayings go, bigger isn't always better, and too much of a good thing can be a bad thing.
Wow, you just found 2 extra phrases to describe quantity versus quality. You really didn't need to do that.
There's something to be said about a world.
You should have just picked which one was your favorite and said that.
This big, creating a more epic scale for the plot and gameplay, but it almost defeats the purpose to advertise such a huge open world and then have such a large portion of the game's content take place in claustrophobic linear dungeon corridors, or to make half of the overworld consist of functionally useless spaces that you basically just skip past and ignore and route to the next marked, telegraphed location on the compass.
So, one instance of, I'm not really into open world games, and another instance of, like, I don't... Again, I think this is just coming back to, like, his core thesis on this section, which is that the game world should just be smaller and focused on quality as much as possible. And it's like, you know, based off YouTubers, I can definitely say there's an element of, like, there are some people who are so focused, so hyper-focused on quality that it actually hurts their quantity to a point that, like, they make less than 1 video a year.
There's a lot to see and do in this game, yes, but a lot of it feels like pointless, tedious filler content created to pad out the total playtime and,
well, as we know, padding isn't necessarily a bad thing.
artificially inflate the size of the world.
See, I kind of disagree. I feel like in a way he doesn't understand, like, the motivations of Skyrim. It's like he assumes that every world needs to be like a hyper-focused world, and that, like, he doesn't get that the appeal of Skyrim is that there is a lot of, like, that's a real lumber mill. That's what that's supposed to represent. There's not really a lot going on at that lumber mill, but it is a lumber mill, and that is, you know, what it's supposed to represent. There's a farm, there's a cave, you know? There's a cave there because there would be a cave there, and whether or not you want to do the content inside that cave is up to you, unless you have a quest to go there. Alright, so, I haven't known a lot of videos to do a section on role-playing, and I'm kind of curious what he means. Does he mean, like, the ability to roleplay as a character, or does he mean, like, some kind of mechanical thing? Alright, let's roll the dice. What's it gonna be? Yeah, I am definitely, like, on the side of chat when they say that, like, it is ironic that he decided to use a quantity of phrases to explain his point, rather than just picking the most quality one. I kind of pointed that out when I said you should probably have just picked your favorite of those 3 phrases and used that.
Skyrim hails from a series of role-playing games, but Skyrim itself isn't really a role-playing game, as it's essentially ditched the RPG foundation.
Alright, so it sounds like a mechanical thing.
In favor of being more...
This is why I hate the title role-playing games. Because the words role-playing mean something that is almost completely irrelevant to how people use it.
More of an open-world action-adventure game with RPG elements.
Damn.
That makes its
Damn. Damn, Todd. Damn, Todd. Damn. Roasted your ass. Got him good. It goes back to the food delivery argument from the Oblivion video, right? Yeah, I'm definitely thinking, like, the kind of games that he likes to play are, every quest has to have significance.
RPG mechanics difficult for me to review because it's obviously not putting as much of an emphasis on role-playing options as previous games in the series or other similar competitors. It's not trying to be a deeply mechanical, systems-based role-playing game, in other words, so it's not fair to judge it by those criteria. But at the same time, it has that...
But it was fair to criticize Skyrim for not being a hyper-focused world. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so you're introducing this idea that, like, there's fair and unfair things to criticize the game for based on what it does and doesn't want to be. But I almost feel like you've defeated your entire world design argument at that point, because you assumed what Skyrim wants to be. But that means that you made like you were unfair when you were judging it by criteria of what it wants it to be.
To judge it by those criteria, but at the same time it has that established history and it still has the vague suggestion of being some semblance of an RPG. After all, RPG is its second most popular user tag on Steam, so by some definition it is an RPG and therefore must be reviewed as such.
It is an RPG because Steam says it is. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we all know about the mule thing. I'm only really going to talk about it more if it gets weird. No guarantees.
And that's the crux of the issue, really. It's not much of an RPG.
Damn, you said that already. You said it was an action-adventure game with light RPG mechanics. Why are we reiterating this?
But it's being marketed as one, which can lead to a lot of disappointment if you go into it with false expectations, or by valuing RPG mechanics more than Bethesda apparently did with Skyrim.
Couldn't you say the same thing about the world design thing?
The big issue with Skyrim's role-playing elements is that they're limited mostly to superficial aspects that people associate with RPGs, without capturing any of the stronger underlying philosophies or intentions of actual RPGs. For instance, it has a leveling system where your character gets stronger throughout your adventures. It has an inventory system with merchants where you can buy and sell goods to increase the strength of your equipment. It has quests where you complete tasks for NPCs and interact with them through a dialogue interface. And most importantly, it has a character creation system where you get to make your own avatar and choose how you'll play that character. These are all...
Yes, there are correct ways to go about Skyrim, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. Like, there are ways where it's like, oh, I approached this from the wrong angle, but I don't think, again, that's a bad thing.
staple elements of RPGs, but those things by themselves do not make
Oh,
a
no. I've hated the term role-playing game for a while.
game an RPG, as Skyrim is most critically missing any sort of reactive element to how the game responds to your actual role-playing decisions through its quests and character interactions. In other words, you're given extremely limited options for how you roleplay your character.
This is completely disconnected from what you were talking about a minute ago in terms of mechanics. Are we talking about role-playing, like role-playing mechanics, or are we talking about role-playing, like how am I going to define my character? Because they are two different things that aren't intrinsically linked. And I really hate the notion that, like, role-playing games are dialogue simulators, that kind of shit.
And the game won't allow you very many ways to effect your character's role into the actual gameplay unless it pertains to combat. Character creation has been streamlined to such a degree that you only determine your character's physical appearance and skip any statistical or narrative decisions governing that character's mechanical functioning.
Aha! I've caught you in a trap. For you see, there are minor statistical differences between each character. What's the note saying? You activated my trap card. I feel like the crop is definitely messed up. Hang on. I did talk about this on Cree Discord and it was not well accepted, maybe because of me, but hey, insults, so I must have done something right. What did you specifically talk about?
Although you might set your character up to be a burly orc warrior who is raised by wolves and therefore has limited social skills and tends to think in the most primitive of ways, you can't mechanically designate those traits to your character by assigning special priority to physical attributes like strength, or by tagging melee combat skills as major skills, or by selecting a certain birth sign or background. Then, when you start playing the game, you won't have any opportunity to respond in dialogue or to complete quests in ways that reflect your character's intended background, specialty, or personality, because every character has the same limited selection of generic dialogue options and practically every quest is resolved in the one, singular way it was scripted.
Yep. It's true. Just how Elder Scrolls is. It could be better. It could be a lot worse. I don't know, it's like, we were getting, like...
Compare this to games like Fallout or Vampire Bloodlines, where your character's race and intelligence will actually change dialogue on the way NPCs react to you.
I've also got several implants available to enhance your physical attributes. No. Implants, not plants. They're little machines I can put inside you to make you faster, quicker, or smarter. I recommend the smarter implant.
I'm sorry, sir, but you're going to have to wait outside like everyone else. No exceptions. Are you sure you're in the right place? Psychiatrics are on the 3rd floor.
Those games make you feel like the character you created because the game actually changes in a meaningful way based on how you set up your character, and further, how you choose to portray that character. A game like Planescape Torment goes even further with its dialogue choices by allowing you to signify underlying intent.
Wait, you said that Planescape Torment's a game? What? People keep telling me Planescape Torment's a novel. But even these choices seem extremely limited. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, I think Elder Scrolls is always going to have a weakness when it comes to... Also, no, we'll mention it in a second. Elder Scrolls is always probably going to have a weakness when it comes to this kind of, like, design. Because I think the priorities are just in a different place. But also, noticing there's a small difference in the way that these things are done.
Tensions. You can select the exact same line of dialogue, but your character will mean it differently depending on which way you choose to actually say it.
What do you mean by that? Aw, you're just a cute little lady of pain, aren't you? Aren't you? Yes, you are. Yeah, like, there's different ways that you could say it in the way that you imagine your character saying it, but, like... At that point, you're just making up your own kind of meanings for what the character was saying. Yeah, I agree. New Vegas definitely, like... I feel like the low intelligence stuff in New Vegas definitely gets, like, massively overrepresented. Like, it's the go-to every time people talk about it, but, I don't know, it's like, what, 20 minutes of, dialogue? Extra dialogue? No, it's like, you aren't talking about the quests that do still play out the same, even though you are still, like, the moron character.
Dialogue, but your character will mean it differently depending on which way you choose to actually say it. Then
I'm really curious what he means by that.
Then we come back to Skyrim, where every character talks and acts the exact same, with the game barely reacting to your character decisions in any meaningful way, as it's mostly superficial comments here and there, because role selection and role-playing don't really matter. There's a moment in the main quest, for instance, when you're sent to find someone in Riften, and you're specifically told to talk to Brynjolf for information. Seems innocent enough, except you're basically forced to complete the initiation quest to join the Thieves Guild if you actually want to get the information from him, unless you have relatively high speechcraft to persuade him otherwise. So if you're role-playing as a lawful good character, or else have moral qualms with committing larceny...
I know, sometimes it's like, in order to save the world, you sometimes have to do morally repugnant things. I know, how horrible. But, interesting thing about this quest, you can actually fail it. Yeah, you can, if you decide, I'm going to get caught doing the deed, which I didn't decide to do, the game forced me to do because it bugged out, but it did expose me to this path. If you fail to successfully pull it off, Brynjolf will still give you the information. He'll still let you join the Thieves Guild, which, for all intents and purposes, is giving you the information. And you don't actually put Branche away for life. It's supposed to be a day, but he gets put away for life, right? So it's like, I don't know. It's not necessarily true, because you are actually, like, if you are like, I'm playing a hard, lawful good character who would never participate in this scheme, you have ways out of it. You have ways out of it that aren't just, I telepathically know where Esbern is. Oh no, it sounds like this trolley has a problem. Well, yeah, and it's like, I don't know. You're not entitled, when you do the main quest line, for it to be for everything to be available for a lawful good character. In fact, you can think about the inverse of, like, not being a lawful good character and how much, like, good shit you're occasionally forced to do as a main quester. I don't know. I just think back to, like, in the Morrowind quests, when, like, you bought a slave and gave it to one of the Ashlander chiefs.
and framing someone else for it, then you either become a criminal or ignore the quest pathing and go off looking for the guy all on your own. A situation like this, especially as part of the main quest, really should have had alternative options to allow different playstyles and role-playing archetypes to access that information
It does.
from him, rather than forcing players into a particular role-playing decision. You really should.
So he's talking about, there's a part in the main quest where you're looking for Esbern, and you are kind of filtered through Brynjolf, but you do still have ways around this. And also, like, just because you do this doesn't mean you're part of the Thieves Guild. Damn! I did this and now I'm part of the Thieves Guild for life. I'm just saying, I'm running this through the Joe test, okay? And the Joe test says... The Joe test says... that he specifically mentions that, like, he didn't do the Thieves Guild.
Highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10. And it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot wait to see all the DLC and expansions coming. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta play through it again as evil, doing all the Thieves Guild missions.
Right, so you can see Joe didn't do the Thieves Guild, but he still managed to complete the main quest as part of his playthrough, right? So, listen, Angry Joe can do that. I'm pretty sure you can pull it off.
Should be able to bribe him for the information, or challenge him to a brawl and beat it out of him, or pickpocket it.
Right. I'm having a really hard time imagining a situation where you could actually successfully beat the information out of Brynjolf. I feel like you would get jumped by half the town if you tried to kick his ass. Like, am I wrong? Pickpocket a note off him. Why would Brynjolf have a note on his person talking about a guy who's been living in the Ratway for like 15 years? Like, I agree there should be other ways to do it, but I think that should take the form of, like, there are other people in Riften that you should talk to.
A note off of him, or use a calm or fear spell on him to get him talking.
Are you tracing your mouse as you read the subtitles? Or use a calm fear spell on him to get him talking. Why are most of your lawful good options assault or stealing? Like, oh, hold on. Explain to me the logic of, I don't want to do this thing where I have to steal something and plant it on another person, but I do want to steal the information off him. Work with Mule to break the Thieves Guild. That there made her character relevant. Yeah, that would be a good idea of, like, if you don't want to do the Thieves Guild, then you help Mule, like, clean up the city. I can imagine most of the town doesn't like the Thieves Guild, but they do like Brynjolf. That's kind of the thing, is, like, the reason why Brynjolf's the one up here is because everybody in town likes him. He's the one that actually has people skills. Because he's got the Amulet of Articulation, but all the same, Brynjolf's the face of the Thieves Guild, and I feel, and, like, you know, he's seen him going around helping poor people. Like, Brynjolf is a known scammer who can get people to listen to his pitches just because of how cool a dude he is. Like, even with the curse, this guy's got maxed out speechcraft. I'm just saying, in the town of the Thieves Guild, assaulting Brynjolf sounds like a fast way to end up at the bottom of Lake Ilinalta.
Or pickpocket a note off of him, or use a calm or fear spell on him to get him talking. As it is, your choices are either persuade him, which might not be possible if you haven't been training speechcraft, commit a crime and essentially join the Thieves Guild.
I'm forced to be in the Thieves Guild. An actual good workaround to be something like working with the guy who runs the pond in order to find us. Burn because he's lived there for years, and if he sees you refuse the Thieves Guild, he might be willing to help you just to spite that group. Listen, we don't talk about illusion spells and how guards should probably be aware of how to use them.
Or walk away. That's barely any options at all, and only one is based on your character's actual stats and skills. As a side note, you can talk to the local barkeeper for the desired information, but this is completely unmarked and you would be forgiven for not realizing—
Wow, the role-playing game made me actually, like, hey, Mr. Dragonborn, we need you to go to Riften and perform an investigation in order to find this old dude that's living somewhere in the city, right? And then you're complaining that the game encourages you, like, at least gives you the option to go investigate, like, just because the, like, oh my god, he's like bitching that, like, quest markers exist and they point you to places, but then he's complaining when, like, he is given all, like, hang on. Seems the city doesn't like Brynjolf. Yeah, that happens because he probably has, like, a positive disposition with a bunch of NPCs in town. It is weird that the guards are fighting him even though he attacked Brynjolf. Be a cornered rat. Yeah, Kivara will tell you to go down to the Ragged Flagon. Now I don't know if from there they will give you the information or if they send you back up to Brynjolf. I think there's additional, like, speech checks down if you do it that way. I'm about to get to this part in my writing. So there are persuasion and bribe checks if you do this route. Oh my god. And oh my god, it's even better. There is a brawl check. There is a fucking brawl check with Dirge in the Ratway. So, like, literally, his complaint is only valid because the quest marker didn't just point at Kivara. Or Kirava. But yeah, it's like, okay, if you don't like Brynjolf's options, leave and put some feelers out there. It seems like literally the first thing you would think of if you're actually smart and you know about role-playing games. The first person you would ask for information while doing this quest would be the local tavern keeper. Like, really? They could have added a line in the journal or an optional tag to seek other ways. No, like, literally, okay, if you're true to your character and you say, I refuse to engage in this scheme that Brynjolf has offered me, like, that's it. I guess dragons are killing everybody. It's over. I cannot compromise my moral values to save the world. And I refuse to investigate and talk to people in this town to ask them questions. Doesn't that contradict his earlier point about this discouraging exploration because the game just has you follow quest markers? No, he's making that point again. He's basically saying, because the quest marker points you at Brynjolf, there is no incentive for you to go exploring and asking around. And it's like, that sounds like a really lame excuse to me. You heard about that gay sex thing? People are saying you don't even need a woman. Crazy. I don't know. I'm not convinced. If you're such an experienced role player, this seems like stuff that you would think of.
That this was a possibility, considering how heavily the game revolves around following the quest area. As a side note, you can talk to the local barkeeper for the desired information, but this is completely unmarked and you would be forgiven for not realizing that this was a possibility, considering how heavily the game revolves around following the quest arrows.
See, I told you. Because the quest markers exist, that means that I can just... I'm okay to just turn my brain off and then complain that the game isn't giving me options. I'm going to say the dreaded words. I'm going to do it. This is lamp shading.
Guild quests are even worse. After doing a few quests for the companions, you learn that an inner circle of them are actually werewolves, and they recruit you to become one of them as well as...
No, I haven't completed all the... I have not completed all the races. I've got Dunmer, Dwemer, Orc, Bosmer, Bosmer Boy, Altmer, Falmer, Bosmer Girl, Redguard Girl, Breton Girl, we don't talk about Redguard Male, and Cat Girl. And I guess Imperial Man. It also has to do with the fact that the game doesn't generally reward this investigating for the most part. Doesn't matter. Listen, if that's the point you're going to make, you should probably use an example where it's the case. And sure, I would, like, listen, I would have needed a couple more days of writing the Skyrim script to catch up to this part to realize that, like, you do have the Kivara option, or Kirava. Yeah, it would have taken me, like, I wouldn't have caught, if you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have called it out today. I might have next week, but, yeah, it's like, why wouldn't you pick an option where there is a moral conflict, but you aren't given any side options? And the answer is because you can't really find a whole lot of points in the main quest where you're forced to do something that, like, a lawful good character would not like to do, and you're not given options.
part of that guild's main quest line. So say you like the companions but have reasonable objections to the lifestyle involved with being a werewolf and aren't on board with pledging your eternal soul
Yeah, see, this is a much better example.
to the god of the hunt, Hircine. Well, that's too bad, because you either become a werewolf or just stop doing that quest line, leaving Aella and Skjor to spend the rest of their days on this earth standing around idly in the Underforge awaiting
Okay, just cut that main quest example. Just use this.
your confirmation. That's not a satisfying role-playing decision, because it doesn't lead to an actual outcome. You're just putting the quest on pause, essentially, and there's no other way around it. The Thieves Guild
Yeah, see, like, just cut the main quest example. Favorite unmarked quest is going to General Tullius and just asking him to let the Grey Man out of prison without any combat. Yeah, that is a moment where, like, it's cool and it seems like they accounted for decisions that you could logically make if you were part of the Imperial Legion. Also, character alignment doesn't matter in Skyrim. I would disagree. It is still a role-playing game, and you still are given some modicum of choices. I think that, like, the extent of alignment in Elder Scrolls is lawful versus chaotic. I don't think that order is necessarily... order or chaos are necessarily part of the Elder Scrolls alignment, but...
Guild does something similar, where you're eventually recruited to become a Nightingale, a guardian servant of the Twilight Sepulchre in both life and...
My favorite part of this decision, and I've said it before, is that you don't get anything out of it. Like, it's literally pitched to you as doing this will give you the powers needed to defeat Mercer Frey, and you don't get any powers until after you beat Mercer.
and death, where you pledge your eternal soul to Nocturnal, and you aren't even given the choice to say no or let me think about it. You basically have to say yes, and then if you really don't want to, you just awkwardly leave them in the middle of preparing for the ritual. Or alternatively, the game glitches out and breaks the entire questline by having a key NPC walk away from the ritual instead of moving to the next trigger point to allow the quest to actually advance.
This is enough to make your head... I think we should trust the lass and take the deal.
We'll speak when the oath is complete.
Do you think popular opinion of Skyrim has gotten more negative over time? Yes.
The rest of the guilds are equal.
Of course, because like you got the first Elder Scrolls review, your Angry Joe, and I mean he's probably not the first, but for all intents and purposes, he is the first. And he's just like all over it. But yeah.
Equally nonsensical with how little they take your actual character and role-playing decisions into consideration. Despite being obviously tailored to appeal to certain builds and playstyles, the various guilds don't expect you to be the specific role they're trying to cater towards, because many of their quests are just generic dungeon crawls with a slightly unique story premise surrounding it.
You really shouldn't have used this as an example. Like, you should be showing the College of Winterhold when you're saying that, like, you don't have to be a mage in the College of Winterhold. Like, you're literally showing the faction that's for everybody, which is what the Dark Brotherhood is. There is no class identity for the Dark Brotherhood. It doesn't exist. All classes are welcome.
The Thieves Guild doesn't have you doing much actual thievery, as they're basically just a mafia extorting people for money.
Wow, a criminal organization is just a criminal organization extorting people for money. Like, what? Also, yeah, I guess you don't really do like a whole lot of hard thievery, but I don't know. I like that element of the Skyrim Thieves Guild, that it is actually a criminal organization that does criminal shit. What is the Oblivion, Skybaby, Moro Boomer? I've heard a lot of them.
And the College of Winterhold only expects you to cast a few basic novice-level spells before promoting you to the head of the college, all because you fetched a few important items for them and defeated some—
God damn, Mule, like, just Mule. Like, do you really think that you've improved her? She looks like a fucking creepypasta character. Like, her fucking, like, her eye, like, she has shadows for eyes. Her eyes are bleeding. Her head is twisted beyond the limits of a normal mortal head, right? Like she looks like her neck is broken. Why have you done this? Why do you have a Skyrim waifu? Remember that time Angry Joe compared Dragon's Dogma when it came out to Skyrim and saying it's not as good as Skyrim? I'm not surprised. It's just this shot. No, her neck's broken. Like, this is the back of her armor, right? Because you can see her axe there. So she's doing the holding the two-handed axe animation. So she's looking back at the player, but she's extending her neck in a way that, like, just doesn't work.
some sketchy people. The idea, I guess, is for the game to be completely open and accessible to all builds and playstyles, but
yeah, I guess. Oh, it's not like it's a documented thing.
that makes role-playing feel less consequential if it doesn't really matter how you've built your character. If any character can do any and all of these quests, then there's no specific payoff for choosing to play one way over another. You are, of course, free to only pick quests and guilds that somewhat match your chosen playstyle, but this is, again, more of an external influence rather than something built into the gameplay mechanics.
I think it's true, but at some level you just have to say that, like, you have to control what your character does. Like, I think even in a game that has good role-playing mechanics, I think that you are still expected to make some fundamental decisions on, like, your part.
It's a role-playing decision you impose on the game almost entirely because of its lack of reactive or adaptive mechanics, as opposed to the game actually responding to and acknowledging your specific role-playing decisions. Of course, there's nothing stopping you from using your imagination and envisioning your character to be whatever type
Yes,
of
you already
character
said
you
this.
want, but any role-playing as such is happening entirely in your own head as opposed to in the actual game, which to me feels more like writing fan fiction about your character as opposed to actual role-playing.
I mean, is there really that big a difference? Of course there is, but I mean, this feels like something wrong. It's not like all the skill requirements really limit you from joining the guilds. No, you could join every guild in Morrowind, independent of the skill requirements. Because the skill requirements to join are so low. It's reaching the end that skill requirements enforce. Because it's like, yeah, someone who's bad at magic should still be able to join the Mages Guild if they're intent on becoming better at magic. All skill ranks do is make sure that the people in charge of the faction are skilled with magic.
Like I said previously, the only time it feels like your build actually impacts the gameplay in a meaningful way is when it comes to combat and dungeon crawling.
Yeah, like it's a dungeon crawler.
And that's because the majority of skills relate exclusively to combat. Will you choose to kill enemies with a two-handed weapon or a one-handed weapon? Will you shoot enemies with a bow or cast fireballs at them? Will you use stealth tactics or go on blasting enemies with dragon shouts? Since you'll be spending the majority of your time fighting enemies and crawling through dungeons, these are actually pretty significant decisions that will greatly affect how your particular playthrough will feel in practice. Apart from that,
Wow. So, what you're telling me is that if I play a two-handed build in Dark Souls, it'll be a very different experience from playing with a dagger. Yep. It checks out so far.
though the rest of the role-playing elements feel pretty lackluster. Except for when I was smashing enemies with a warhammer, my orc warrior never really felt like an orc warrior to me, and it felt pretty much the same as my Nord ranger from 2012 because of the general lack of dialogue choices and straightforward quests with predominantly only one single path to completion.
You have mildly insulted me. You will die! So that section was like a section. So your build only has an effect on 98% of the game. Nice. It just feels like all the wrong ways to argue it. It's... I don't even know how to say it. Like... What does the notes guy say? Skyrim should allow in this specific example of a quest to allow for different play styles instead of pre-selecting 2 dialogue options. There's an unmarked option if you talk to the barkeep, but the player could be forgiven for missing it. Yep, that is what he said. I like that his first note is Radiant quests exist. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Why is he using the starter healing spells when he is using orc weapons? Do you really think that he has leveled restoration, or that he's just picking like the restoration spells that he already knows? He has decent points with terrible examples. Yeah, it is kind of like Sammy Online all over again. It's like, I agree with some of the stuff he's saying, but I really think that like it's a disingenuous way to present these arguments, or that like he has like really faulty reasoning.
As you would expect for an open world game of this scale, Skyrim has countless side quests.
Acer Thorn said something like 453, but go on.
And I mean that literally because the amount of side quests in this game is actually infinite.
Which is why you were showing us a handcrafted quest.
One of Skyrim's biggest innovations in the genre is its Radiant Quest system, which allows an
Is innovations in quotes because you don't think it's an innovation, or is innovation in quotes because it's not actually new?
algorithm to generate infinite quests by assigning different objectives to different locations. The major benefit to this system is that it tries its best to assign quests to locations you haven't explored yet, such that the core gameplay loop keeps pushing you to explore new territory rather than forcing you to retread the same familiar paths over and over again by sending you into dungeons you've already cleared. That's an admirable goal, even if it's not always successful, but it has the unfortunate...
What? Hang on. One of Skyrim's biggest innovations in the genre is its Radiant Quest system, which allows an algorithm to generate infinite quests by assigning different objectives to different locations. The major benefit to this system is that it tries its best to assign quests to locations you haven't explored yet, such that the core gameplay loop keeps pushing you to explore new territory rather than forcing you to retread the same familiar paths over and over again by sending you into dungeons you've already cleared. That's an admirable goal, even if it's not always successful, but it has the unfortunate side effect of stripping any sort of narrative context or meaning from these quests when everything is designed to be completely interchangeable. Okay, Okay, I think I'm with it so far.
Fortunate side effect of
Is this the first occurrence of gameplay loop? No, dude. This is 2020. This is not the first time gameplay loop has been said on YouTube.
stripping any sort of narrative context or meaning from these side quests when everything is designed to be completely interchangeable. As a result of the game not
I introduce you to Daggerfall.
knowing where a particular quest will be assigned or even what the objective might actually entail, you end up with generic, nondescript situations from NPCs like, a citizen has asked for our help, seems a predator has invaded their home, go clear the beast out, or, here, a guard dropped off this bounty notice. This immediately sets the quest up as shallow busy work when it has absolutely zero exposition and gives you an utterly bland, simple, and straightforward objective. But then you do it anyway, and later get the exact same generic, nondescript pitch from the quest giver for essentially the exact same quest, but with a new enemy to kill in a new location. Clearly, the specific context of the quest doesn't matter, and there's no story or character element to it whatsoever, because you really can't inject any of that into a soulless quest that's been generated from random variables by a computer algorithm.
Sure you can. I think he's one of those handcrafting purists. Like, I bet he hates Oblivion's world. No, we don't have to bet. I mean, we can bet if you want. If you want to bet against me, I'm gonna win. I know I'm gonna win, but if you want to give me your money, you can bet against me that he hates Oblivion's world. We know he hates Oblivion's world. He said why he would hate Oblivion's world. Oblivion would be too full of spaces that you're just meant to travel through. I disagree with the notion that you can't inject what is it? Context or story or character element into a soulless quest that's been generated from random variables. I mean, take the soulless out, but like Daggerfall is not particularly impressive, but I mean, it is like, it's not impossible. It's just not done well.
That, in turn, makes pretty much all of these Radiant quests tediously shallow and repetitive to the point that they're not even worth doing. Even other, more developed side quests that would seem to have a little more story and character to them fall victim to the algorithm's random assigning of variables.
It's true. The Dark Brotherhood forces you to do 25 Radiant quests at its... Oh, wait, no, it doesn't.
Quest in the College of Winterhold, like Onmin's request,
This guy is a master of breath.
for instance, seems to have you resolving a quarreling dispute between two students over a family heirloom that Onmund regrets trading to Enthir. But in order to get Enthir to return the amulet to Onmund, you have to do essentially the same thing for him. Get a staff back for him that he regrets giving away. Fair enough, I guess, but because of the random variables inherent in the Radiant quest design, you get more generic, nondescript dialogue where Enthir basically just says, "Get me my staff and I'll give you..."
All of this has been said so much better by other people.
Onmund's amulet, and nothing else. And you're left standing there wondering, where is it? Where should I start looking? Who did you even give it to? What should I expect up ahead? Any and all context surrounding the actual objective itself is stripped from the dialogue, forcing you to bring up the quest arrow to figure out where to actually go to resolve the quest, and thereby creating a mechanical disconnect from the narrative presentation. The only reason you know how to resolve the quest is because a background game mechanic tells you, as opposed to the actual quest design or something more immersive like the character himself. It doesn't help that a lot of these side quests are deemed so inconsequential by the game itself that they get lumped into a generic miscellaneous tab in your quest journal, where any and all details that might help you remember what the quest is actually about or who it's even for gets removed in favor of simply listing the objective by itself, like it's some kind of tedious chore on a checklist to accomplish. What, for instance, am I supposed to get out of Find 20 Jazz Bay? It's been dozens of hours since I picked up that quest, and I've long forgotten who gave me that quest or why they even need the Jazz Bay in the first place. Why would I want to get a Mark of Dibella for these various people? What did I do that I now need to return to Talonjay and Shadir for? Who even are these people, and how would I find them if not for the quest arrow?
I mean, part of that's your fault for not doing the quests as you get it. I know Skyrim has a bad habit of thrusting quests onto you, but there is a way you can figure out to, like, you can figure it out to where, like, you can minimize the number of side quests getting dumped onto you. This guy can probably use the ripple. Will come home.
Act 2. Daggerfall was Scale, a game with 161,000 square kilometers and 35 skills, one called Nymph, a language skill checked whenever one attempts to speak with a nymph. Daggerfall's size and stuff sat uneasy with Todd Howard, who reacted, rallying the team towards detail and identity instead. 161,000 kilometers fell to 16, but each one meant more. Comfy but stock high fantasy stumbled into science fiction and psychedelics, and Morrowind saved Bethesda. It's still the best product they've made for a lot of people.
Alright, there you go. Back to the Rambler. Oh yeah, you didn't notice? He just wrote Radiant quests exist. That's all the guy taking notes really had to say about this section. Oh, hey, and it's you.
Maybe it's my fault for forgetting these kinds of details, but it seems like that information should really be present in the quest journal so that you can actually contextualize what you're doing in this huge open world game that strongly encourages you to go off doing all kinds of different things in sporadic orders. It's really, really easy to pick up a quest, oftentimes unintentionally, that you have to put off because you're already focused on other things and then forget about it after a while, which then makes returning to the quest journal an act of futility, except to turn on the quest tracking so that you can
You're cheating on your girlfriend here. He's got Lydia instead of Mule.
figure out where to actually go and what to do. Consequently, a lot of the game's quest design boils down to mindlessly following the quest arrow, because you're given little to no opportunity to figure things out for yourself. The game tells you what needs to be done, and then you go do it. An early quest for the Thieves Guild, for instance, has you extorting money out of local business owners and sending a message that the guild is not to be trifled with. Initially, you're given an open-ended prompt to figure it out, and if you do it right, you'll be granted permanent membership to the guild. But then you ask for more details, and Brynjolf straight up tells you the solution to get each of them to pay up. So instead of the fun satisfaction of exploring different possibilities and trying to pick the best one, you simply do as you're told and follow the intended path through the quest. Another quest has you doing the bidding of Mara, the goddess of love, by acting as a matchmaker of sorts. In one stage of the quest, you're helping unite the mage Calselmo with the house Carl Faline, and you accomplish this by simply running around talking to people and exhausting all of the dialogue options. The quest arrow tells you exactly where to go at all times, and your dialogue choices don't matter because you only ever get 2 options at a time, and they only create minor deviations in the dialogue tree that last for but a single line of reaction before reconverging back on the main path of progression.
Yep. This is my issue with this kind of stuff, is like, you're not reacting. Yeah. Mostly true. I don't know. It's like...
weird pacing issues that ultimately detract from the overall experience. The main quest establishes that dragons have returned to Skyrim and that you're some sort of legendary dragonborn, the first in hundreds of years, who must stop the dragons from plunging the world into eternal ruin. But really, dragons don't actually invade at any point until you advance the main quest several more stages. So if you go wandering off to do your own thing and ignore the main quest, as is often done in these types of games, then the main threat never actually appears.
I don't know. I feel like Elder Scrolls games are flexible enough that it's like understandable why these things are the way they are. So it's like, oh, the dragons don't immediately start attacking. And it's like, yes, it's coincidental that the dragons decide to like start their offensive when you go to get the Dragonstone. But I think it is sort of like a neat thing that you can write off that like, because yeah, like Alduin would have to get his bearings. He has to figure out what's going on. He has to set up the link between Sovngarde and the real world. He has to go eat up some souls, and then he has to start going around and resurrecting the dragons. And how long that takes him is like, there's flexibility in that. There's no rigidity in the amount of time that needs to take. So there is a level of flexibility. Like, that's not something I would complain about because it's a flexible prompt. Like, it's the same thing with Dagoth Ur. He can just be continually gathering power until the point in the main quest when he starts, like, taking over the sleepers. I wouldn't even say most of the takes are based. He says something right, like, occasionally.
In a way, the world is actually safer if the chosen hero never lifts a finger to do anything about it, so there's no real impetus to get the main story rolling on your supposedly epic journey to save the world.
That's because Skyrim's main quest works better as an evil character. I'm going to go into a lot of detail, but Skyrim as a game structurally works far better if you're an evil character. And I think that is intentional on the part of Bethesda. If you think about like the way that the Shivering Isles played out, where basically you became the leader of every faction. Like, okay, we run with your stupid, you did everything and then became Sheogorath theory, which I fucking hate. You run with that theory, okay. That means that a single person took over most of the major factions of a region and then abandoned all of them to go become a god. And then it's like, well, seems like a pretty evil thing to do. It's almost like the main character of Oblivion's evil. And I think the same thing's true of Skyrim. Skyrim's main quest actually kind of works out better if you are just like, no, I disagree that it's about being an edgelord. I think it's if you make the assumption that that the character is good, then yeah, you're gonna be in for a bad time. But if you open yourself up to, I'm a selfish person who's only looking to bolster my power, and I think like Dawnguard and Dragonborn definitely reinforce that that's the Dragonborn's character, then yeah. So is he arguing that the game should force the main quest on you? I think he's arguing that like there should be random dragon attacks before before the main quest starts, which you could do. You could do a thing where like until you do this quest there are random dragon attacks, but like right before you beat them they retreat. That's an interesting idea. I'm gonna put that down. There are random dragon attacks before Dragon Rising, but the dragons retreat at half health. I don't know. I would have issues with that. That is one of those things where it's like my solution would be stuff that that I would also complain about, because it's like I really don't like how most of the main quest lines have like things that are encouraging you to go back and do the main quest. So I would definitely have an issue with like there being random dragon attacks that like are basically pushing you to do the main quest. So in a way, what he's asking for, everything that he's asking for is making the game worse. But then why wouldn't they retreat later once you were proven to be Dragonborn? I don't know. Dragons are stupid and like they think they can steal your soul. So like they're more committed to actually killing you.
Once you do get it rolling, you're given a grandiose premise of learning to harness your Dragonborn powers so that you can defeat Alduin, an all-powerful prophecy dragon known as the World Eater who was once destined to end the world ages ago but was thwarted by another Dragonborn. But then, after a few preliminary quests to establish what's actually going on in the world, the rest of the main quest line seems to awkwardly rush through the story by having you mostly perform a bunch of relatively simple and mundane tasks. Most of what you're doing throughout the second and third acts consists of just talking to people and fetching artifacts from dungeons with only a few
Are you just gonna gloss over the Thalmor Embassy quest like that? That's what I'm working on right now. You mean wyverns? Yeah. We all know that.
standout moments along the way, like visiting Alduin's Wall or descending into Black.
Just make it so other people fight dragons, but there's a consequence. Even then, like, you're still forcing people... to, like, do the main quest. So it's like... I don't know. It's, like, in this situation, I feel bad for Bethesda, because it's like, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. Let's say that, okay... They fixed this minor immersion breaking issue of like the dragons attacking at the right time, right? Okay, now you have an issue where the game just forces you to do the main quest. Like at least with Skyrim, you can say that there is an opportunity to step off the main quest. It's a bit of a stretch, but you can say it's there, right? Yeah, like he's basically advocating that that shouldn't exist. That every Skyrim character should be like pushed to do the main quest heavily.
Blackreach in search of an Elder Scroll, before reaching the climax where you capture a dragon and then ascend into Sovngarde, the Nordic afterlife, to fight Alduin, who turns out to...
Yeah, he kind of just like... He kind of like brushed over the quests that are more complex than go to X and do Y.
to be just another ordinary dragon encounter, the likes of which you've already fought dozens of times previously. The whole thing can be completed in about a day of extended gaming if you were to focus solely on the main quest, with each...
How much is a day of extended gaming? Are we talking how much gaming that would be extended in a day? One of my World of Warcraft play sessions, I think, was like 16 hours long. Is that how long the main quest is? Or are we talking like 8 hours? Are we talking like I'm going to clock into work? I'm going to clock into work and play some World of Warcraft today. Where's this? I think this is it. Properties. No, that's 7 hours. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is definitely it because it's a 109 gigabyte file. Yeah, 16 hours and 13 minutes was one of my World of Warcraft play sessions. I wonder what I was doing. It looks like that was me doing Wrath of the Lich King. I think I did everything in Wrath of the Lich King from like half of Howling Fjord to Icecrown Citadel in one 16-hour play session, and it was still better than the Burning Crusade. But yeah, like, are we talking? Well, okay, here's why I did a 16-hour play session. I was stuck on a terrible sleep schedule of like I was waking up at like midnight, and so it's like I'm just gonna play World of Warcraft for as long as I physically can, because I need to play it during the day. Like, I can't really make the case that like the World of Warcraft area is dead and then like have all the footage be of me playing the game at night, right? Because obviously there are going to be World of Warcraft people that go, oh, well, you don't play during the peak hours of Tuesday at 11 a.m. But yeah, like, what kind of extended gaming session are we talking here? Are we talking, 4 hours, 8 hours, 16 hours? This is not the kind of metric that you want to be using. Do not ask Pat TV if he's having fun 10 hours into his WoW play session. I was having fun. I think that was the other reason I was able to play so long, was that was when I was doing Wrath of the Lich King content, and that was when I was playing Death Knight, which was some of the most fun I've had.
Of times previously. The whole thing can be completed in about a day of extended gaming if you were to focus solely on the main quest, with each act lasting only a few hours, which makes the...
I've played most of the classes. I think the only one I haven't played is Priest, which I think I'm going to do for Battle of Azeroth. Yeah.
rapid ascent to fighting Alduin and Sovngarde almost anticlimactic. The guild quests are pretty lackluster in this regard too, since they all have you rising from a new recruit to Grand Master within the span of a few days of in-game time. The fact that you're somehow also conveniently the chosen one for each and every faction is pretty farcical too when you stop to think about it. It almost makes a
What? I guess this is true. If you like really extend the definition of chosen one to be like, you're the chosen one in the companions to the extent of like, Kodlak had a premonition that you were going to help him out. You weren't born to show up in Kodlak's life. Kodlak just had like literally a vision of the future that you were in.
quest design feel pandering, like it's all trying a little too hard to make you feel special without you doing much to actually earn that feeling. Then we've got the Civil War quests, which don't feel like a war at all, as they're just small skirmishes over a handful
Truly a brilliant observation. The Civil War does not feel like a war.
of individual forts. You can find Stormcloak and Imperial camps in close
I wouldn't say Death Knight's overpowered. In the current state of the game, the first character I played was a Destruction Warlock, and I could one-shot every enemy in the game.
proximity to one another, but they never actually fight
How'd you end up getting around the zone restrictions for your first character? So on your first character, they make you do Exile's Reach, but once you're out of Exile's Reach, you can do whatever you want.
on their own unless
So whoever was saying that like you have to do Battle for Azeroth, that's not true.
you're there for part of a Civil War quest, and then the fight only lasts a few minutes. In fact, you can fight
Hey, I'm working on a World of Warcraft video, which is going to be less than favorable for the game.
the whole war in just a couple hours by claiming a few forts and killing a few dozen of the opposing faction. The battle for Whiterun at least has some semblance of epic stakes and conflict, with the city being lit ablaze in dramatic fashion, but the battle has
This has all been said better by other people, again.
no practical effect on the city once all is said and done. Any changes are purely cosmetic, like a trellis being knocked over or the guards now wearing a different color armor.
What about the guy that fucking dies?
If you go around talking to actual citizenry, they'll even tell you so much, that the new regime is really no different than the previous one and that they really don't care what's going on.
Hey. Hey. I've got an idea here that's going to blow your mind. And to comprehend how much this is going to blow your mind, I'm going to make myself really big, okay? Am I looking at the right place? Okay. Maybe there's a distinct possibility that that is the intended message of the main quest. That the Stormcloaks and Imperials are fighting a pointless conflict, and that the regime changes are ultimately meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Just food for thought. Severio Pelagia. He's not a very major character, but yeah, he gets killed in the battle because like his house has shit land on it. I like him big.
Imperials, Stormcloaks, I don't care who's in charge around here. I just want to make money.
This factors into the role-playing
Well, I'm glad you picked like Bellathor, because Bellathor is really invested in the future of Whiterun.
as well as yet another example of the game not responding to role-playing decisions in a meaningful way. Picking a side in the Civil War really should be a big and impactful decision, but at least in the case of its effect on
Not necessarily. It depends on the type of story they're trying to tell.
Whiterun, the decision is pretty inconsequential.
I don't think war is pointless is a particularly profound thing to say, but it is something that they are probably trying to say.
Skyrim features a
His name is Orkalaka. Orkala. Never mind, not Orkalaka. Orkalaka would be a funny name. Never thought that I'd be longing for the days of Mr. Caption. You really want to go that route? I don't think you want to open the door to the world of pain that you... Oh, there he is. I was going to say, he's got to show up at some point.
Hello, one and all. Welcome to my review for The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim.
Hi, Mr. Caption.
Instead of any form of actual mechanical bartering, you just have to buy and sell stuff. There's no commitment to anything. You don't actually have to achieve anything to get your rewards. Of course, the moment you mention this to someone, you usually get some gremlins crawling out of the woodwork, usually responding with the argument, but it makes it more realistic. Which I say with a mocking tone because I think that's fucking stupid, considering...
Do you really miss the days of Mr. Caption?
A leveling system similar to what's been established in previous Elder Scrolls games, except this time it takes a more streamlined and open-ended approach. Instead of crafting a specific character build from character creation, you start the game as a blank slate and mold your build directly through gameplay, always able to freely change things up at any time by selecting a new star sign or by assigning perk points into different fields. I typically like this type of approach because it gives you more flexibility to figure out how you actually want to play the game, rather than forcing you to make uninformed decisions before you start playing and then locking you in with those ignorant choices.
This has got to be the most bizarre human being. See how little we wrote down about the quest sections? I usually think like the quest sections are where all the great takes are going to come from. He actually likes the way Skyrim leveling doesn't punish you for making bad leveling decisions. Let's really just, let's let that waft over the room.
Skyrim features a leveling system similar to what's been established in previous Elder Scrolls games, except this time it takes a more streamlined and open-ended approach. Instead of...
Usually, streamlined and open-ended is used as an insult, but in this case, it seems to be a positive for him. Despite the fact that I think he complained about, like, the role-playing being streamlined, and...
crafting a specific character build from character creation, you start the game as a blank slate and mold your build directly through gameplay, always able to freely change things up at any time by selecting a new star sign or by assigning perk points into different fields.
And even that's not true. What the hell? No, Skyrim is super punishing. No, I don't listen to My Chemical Romance. I just have a video recommended explaining the Black Parade. Okay, hang on.
Mandalorian season 3. Agree.
Are there any good soy faces? Damn, I was hoping for some zoom-ins. Because the thumbnail had a great soy face.
Me, like, this is the kind of stuff that was missing from, the rise of Sky, Jedi, The Last Jedi.
Okay. Anyways. Let me check. Is the stream gonna get busted? No, okay. I did not get busted for Angry Joe playing Star Wars clips on my channel. Isn't Book of Boba Fett a giant piece of shit?
The final verdict for The Elder Scrolls Skyrim is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
Alright, so we got the one Joe meme. They still haven't given me my heat map back, but we do have it on record that we did influence Joe's heat map for that part of the video. Why does this compilation of like 1 out of 10s include so much of the review?
So sickening. The game is much longer than it has any right to be. Functional garbage. Fuck this shit. Fuck this garbage ass shit. Motherfucking 1 out of 10. What the fuck levels?
So I love both of these.
I typically like this type of approach because it gives you more flexibility to figure out how you actually want to play the game, rather than forcing you to make uninformed decisions before you start playing and then locking you in with those ignorant choices.
I know, it's not like the game, it's not like you lock your perk choice in and then you're fucked until either the end of an expansion or you hit rank 100 in that skill.
Plus, it gives you a little more active strategic decision-making by deciding how to allocate perk points for what specific bonuses you want, instead of
Understand?
the game automatically unlocking set perks every 25 skill levels like in the previous games.
Okay. Okay. I have a sneaking suspicion that you've only heard about Morrowind, and you might have played Oblivion.
So I like this system in theory, but in practice I find it somewhat shallow
It seems like there's less Angry Joe, but I don't think we've broken the tradition of playing him every stream.
and dull. The main problem I find with the perk system is that the majority of perks are just background modifiers that improve what you're already doing by an arbitrary percentage. Novice level spells cost 50% magic, adept blocks are 50% easier, 2-handed weapons do 20% extra damage, power attacks have a 20% chance to stagger enemies, buy and sell prices are 10% better, and so on.
Thank you for all these examples. I'm really interested to hear what your ideas for good perks would be. I'm really just waiting for the one video where somebody just goes ham and gives us some... they sat down for a day, uninterrupted. They were blasting Skyrim music on the speaker. They were sitting on a clean table, and they just had a notepad, and they were writing down all of the ideas that were flowing into their brain about what good Skyrim perks would be. I'm just really curious. I've been told that you can think of a better perk system in your sleep, but I just haven't seen it.
None of these alter your gameplay in any meaningful way, and in fact, few perks actually do, as pretty much everything is just a passive stat boost. As a melee fighter, my gameplay remained virtually identical
It's
from
still
the beginning
funny
of the
to me
game.
that like Kratos has complained about all the perks that actually have functional changes.
Pretty much everything is just a passive stat boost. As a melee fighter, my gameplay remained virtually identical from the beginning of the game until the end, except I
It's true.
unlocked a couple special power attacks, one of which I never used because it seemed outclassed by the other options. To be clear, these perks do have a serious effect on your character's strength and progression. Like, for instance, Warhammers ignoring up to 75% of the target's armor is a pretty big deal, but it's hard.
This guy believed the con. This guy got conned. He didn't know. He didn't notice. Yeah, we've read some Ordinator perks before, and it wasn't like Ordinator is seriously a mixed bag on like a skill tree by skill tree basis. Someone do this, but for Mjol the Lioness. Serana, I'm starting a new playthrough. Time to download a bunch of mods. Or hang on. Mjol, I'm starting a new playthrough. Time to download a bunch of mods to make you insatiably horny and force you to love me. Yes, Dragonborn. But yeah, this guy bought into the Warhammer meme.
Your character's strength and progression. Like, for instance, Warhammers ignoring up to 75% of the target's armor is a pretty big deal, but it's hard to feel it as an actual player because it all happens so gradually and almost exclusively through behind-the-scenes math.
Yeah. I'm sure it was really hard to notice on certain enemy types that it almost felt like that perk wasn't doing anything for your character.
And that's really unfortunate, because one of the most satisfying aspects of RPGs, to me, is experiencing the power curve as your character grows and gets stronger through your adventures. Like other RPGs and even previous Elder Scrolls games, Skyrim features a leveling system that starts you as an inexperienced novice at level 1 and then has you improving various skills through usage or by paying skill trainers, and eventually becoming a master in various fields.
Is there... Hang on. If I was making Yick, a postmodern RPG, I would have the progression system be a Benjamin Button-style gameplay loop, where you start the character at like level 100 and your skills are all maxed out. You have all maxed perks. And every time you get enough XP to level, you actually lose a level. You have to pick which attribute you want to have reduced by 10, and you have to pick a perk point to lose. Is there a Benjamin Button style RPG? Because he's like, like most role-playing games, you start as an inexperienced novice at level 1 and then improve. And it's like, yeah, no shit. There's no role-playing game where you start at level 100. You already start out maxed out. That means it's not a role-playing game.
Capable of accomplishing greater feats within the world and handling yourself better against more difficult challenges the more you level up. That's the goal anyway, but progression doesn't satisfy me in Skyrim because there's too much reliance on level scaling and just generally not enough challenge. The idea with level scaling is that the game...
That's true. I'm gonna write down my stupid Benjamin Button fucking role-playing game idea. That sounds like if I was better... I don't think it's within my skill set to do that, but that would be an amazing fucking April Fool's mod. Like, I shit you not, that would be the most amazing April Fool's mod, but it's outside the scope of what I could accomplish.
Will custom tailor areas of the world to match your level as a character, so that you're always experiencing an appropriate level of challenge and reward. If you're level 10, then the world will be populated with enemies that are around level 10 as well, and the type of loot you can acquire will be appropriate for a level 10 character. Unlike Oblivion, which foolishly applied seemingly unlimited level scaling parameters to all enemies in all areas, which eventually led to common enemies roaming around basic areas with ultra-rare, high-end enchanted equipment, Skyrim sensibly limits enemies in areas to certain ranges. Thus, some enemies will start the game much higher level than you and will be therefore difficult, if not impossible, to fight. However, if you level up sufficiently, they start matching your level and increase in strength with you, up until a point when they stop leveling and become easier targets the more you continue to outlevel them. That's a fine enough system and certainly a better compromise over what they did with Oblivion. As I understand, a world this big probably needs some sort of level scaling like that to keep everything balanced.
Wrong. Untrue. Inaccurate. This guy really hasn't played Morrowind. Morrowind. Yep. Or at least he hasn't made a video about it if he has. He did say the B word. In fairness, I feel like there's got to be more than just he said the word balance, right? Because I mean, like, you could talk about the quest where it's part of the Ethereal Forge quest line, and you gotta walk along like this narrow natural bridge in a cave, and you're like, as your character carefully balances across this dangerous navigation feature, and then I pause the video and I go, he said it! He said the word balance!
I don't think they struck a good balance, however, considering I was able to completely break the difficulty curve by level 8 on normal difficulty when I suddenly found myself capable of defeating giants, who are level 32 enemies with just a few basic buffs. Giants are supposed to be some of the toughest enemies for a starting player, and so once I hit that threshold merely a few hours into the game, I realized that progression was all downhill from there.
I think you're making a big assumption about just how dangerous giants are supposed to be. Like, they can't, like, giants are interesting because they're one of the few enemies in the game that can, like, one-shot you. But that doesn't mean that, like, oh, that must mean that they're just in-game enemies, and that at the highest of levels, at level 50, I'll be able to tank a giant shot. Like, no. It's like, it's not that unreasonable that you were able to fight giants at level 8 on adept difficulty with weapons that you like spec into. Like that's not particularly. Also, you're gonna have a very sleepy time if you're playing on adept.
As I didn't have any tougher enemies to build up towards. What's even worse is that dragons, which are supposed to be the main antagonist threat and really should be treated like final bosses that you have to progressively work your way up towards fighting, are forcibly scaled to your level at all times, meaning a dragon is actually easier for a level 1 character to kill than, say, a giant or a mammoth.
Yeah, I commented that like it's really ridiculous that everybody gets filtered in Skyrim by the frost troll on the throat of the world, when getting to that point in the main quest requires you to fight a fucking dragon. Plus, like, a level 30 enemy? That ain't shit. That ain't shit.
Consequently, there's no feeling of genuine threat in the world, and character growth doesn't feel as impactful, especially when you start the game fighting bandits, Draugr, and Falmer, and end the...
Now, the biggest threat in the game are the guards. And I can't help but notice there's not a lot of people who really take the time to fight guards. Because guards are the greatest threat in Elder Scrolls games.
The game 50 levels and 100 hours later fighting those exact same enemies who are just higher level using better gear now. Besides improving your character through level ups, you also improve by gaining stronger equipment, and the equipment progression likewise suffers from the scaling effect. All equipment is divided into different tiers based on the material they're made of, and stronger materials will only appear in the world, either being used by enemies or found in chests, once you reach certain level ranges. That's kind of boring, really, because that means better equipment is more of a reward for how long you've been playing the game, rather than any specific challenge or feat you've accomplished.
Sure.
You don't find better gear by pushing yourself into higher level territory and defeating more difficult enemies, because the level scaled enemies usually means you won't find things that are significantly stronger than you anyway, but also because a level scaled loot means you'll always be finding the same varieties of the same things everywhere you go. Once you cross a new threshold and acquire a full set of new weapons and armor, there's nothing to look forward to progression wise for another 10 level ups or so, because you already have the best stuff you can get at that point, and all you can do...
Okay, I'm having the inverse issue. In World of Warcraft, equipment gets replaced way too fucking fast. So, like, basically his complaint is, I had to use Orcish armor for 10 levels. And it's like,
do is bide your time waiting for the next tier to unlock itself. Thus, you know when setting out to explore a random dungeon that whatever you find inside is going to be the same or worse than what you're already using, unless you get really, really lucky and find something with a special enchantment on it. The net effect...
I kind of have to disagree there. I mean, it's true once you hit the max level bracket and you're like finding Daedric weapons in chests. I guess that then is true. But I don't necessarily think that like, I mean, yeah, there was a lot of like, I'm wasting my time with this dungeon, but I don't necessarily think like if I was just basing my equipment gains off of what I found in dungeons, I don't necessarily think that there's a lack of progression in the gear that you find.
Of level scaling enemies and level scaling loot is that progression just doesn't feel earned in this game. The game decides for you what enemies you'll be fighting, when and where, and basically just...
Yes. Every single combat encounter is decided by the game. I don't know, this sounded weird to me in my head.
Gives you better equipment at its own predetermined intervals, effectively forcing you to go through the same path of progression as every character for every playthrough. It's not a game about overcoming the difficulty curve and carving your own path through the world, but simply following the intended path that the game's algorithms have already laid out for you. As such, leveling up and getting stronger doesn't feel very satisfying to me, because it feels like I'm just going through the motions of the near constant status quo. You obviously get significantly stronger as the game progresses, but everything else gets stronger too, to a certain degree, which effectively offsets some of your own progress and makes individual level ups feel less impactful. There's some merit to be had with maintaining a more consistent challenge level throughout the full game experience, but when the power gap feels roughly the same for the majority of the game, that ends up feeling pretty stagnant and uninteresting to me. I'd much rather have a more variable difficulty curve with a wider power gap that has to be closed through my own determination and hard work. I don't know how feasible that actually is with this world design, but the end...
It just isn't like, this is such a weird thing, right? He's saying a lot of things I agree with, and then like he's like, but I just don't know. I don't think it's possible in an Elder Scrolls. I just don't think it's possible in an Elder Scrolls game to make a world where you can't fast travel. I just don't think it's possible in an Elder Scrolls game to make a world where there's no level scaling. It's just not possible. I don't think it's ever been demonstrated. I don't think it'll ever be demonstrated. It's like, dude, Morrowind exists. You could at least be like knowledgeable about like the state of discourse on YouTube about what is in Morrowind. I don't think you need to have like a fully comprehensive playthrough, but it's like I feel like a lot of his arguments are just defeated by ignorance, by the fact that he just doesn't seem to know that like all he knows about Morrowind is what he's casually heard. It's like complaining about how, well, you can't have the Hulk be a violent character. He's got to be an intelligent Bruce Banner type character. There's no way an Avengers movie would work with Hulk being a violent character. And it's like, well, motherfucker, if you were familiar with the old Marvel movies that aren't even that old, you would know that they'd already done that.
End result of Bethesda's design is that I just don't find much fun or satisfaction in leveling up. Then you've got the fact...
Again, it's like, he says stuff I agree with, and then he acts like it's impossible and never been done. It's like he accidentally stumbled into hot takes, but he doesn't know why they're right. It's like he's seen a lot of Skyrim videos, and he knows what it's popular to say, and so he's kind of crafted his video around these other Skyrim videos, but he doesn't really understand why those videos were right about these points.
That some skills are just flat out tedious and uninteresting to level. Smithing and enchanting are both incredibly powerful and incredibly important for virtually every playstyle who's seeking to max out their character statistics, but leveling these skills is a shallow, repetitive grindfest of just doing the same things over and over and over again. Unlike other skills...
Is this... Come on, this has got to count as an Iron Dagger smithing meme. Also, I wasn't aware Sky UI changes the smithing menu in this way. Almost Iron Dagger smithing meme. Like, this is like basically the same thing. I guess it would be better, like, the leather armor is worth 125 versus the Iron Dagger being worth 10. Gold rings are 75. Let's see, what's the material cost, though? He's trolling. Oh, I see. I see, commenter. You're just taking the easy way out. Light armor. Leather. Yes, tell me about leather armor. 4 leather, 3 strips. That's too expensive. That's too expensive. That would be like so much grinding of just enemies out in the world. You could do it, but I just don't think it's a good idea. 4 leather is a lot. You'd have to kill so many enemies. It's like gold rings are way easier.
Skills that you use all the time and which are constantly leveling up as a byproduct of merely playing the game, you don't generally use these skills unless you're specifically looking to grind experience or farm income. If you were to only use these skills to craft gear you'd actually intend to use for yourself, they would barely level up at all. So your only choice is to repetitively grind the skill like you're playing 2001 era RuneScape or pay skill...
Is RuneScape an insult? I need some motherfucking light in this. It's getting dark. Sun's going down, buddy. I got like a, it's like a photo shoot lamp. I like it because it's super flexible, but it falls over a lot, so I had to pick it up. I don't know. It's like, again, it's so easy to level in. It's so easy to level this stuff if you just do it as you find the materials. It's a joke. Just let him finish. We've done a lot of like just sitting through parts of this video because I don't know. It's just like
trainers a small fortune to effectively skip the normal leveling process. Other skills seem to have conflicting leveling systems, as blocking attacks will
is
lower
my
your
guy
skill
really
and prevent your armor skill from
you're
leveling.
really gonna complain about training? I like that Nocturnal Rambler was able to bring out an audience tonight, though. That is pretty funny.
2001 era RuneScape or pay skill trainers a small fortune to effectively skip the normal leveling process.
Wait, hold on. A small fortune? It's literally like the only thing you can recurrently spend your fucking money on in the game. Like, you will have way too fucking much money unless you actually use skill trainers. Like, Skyrim works pretty well if you use a skill trainer every level. 5 times per level, every level.
Seem to have conflicting leveling systems, as blocking attacks will level your block skill but prevent your armor skill from leveling. As a two-handed melee character...
Really? Really? That's what you're going to complain about? That blocking stops you from leveling your heavy armor skill? It's not busted. It's not busted. You'll easily max this fucking skills out without even playing a fraction of the game's content.
I found the block skill never really factored into my playstyle because I could safely soak up damage with my heavy armor, and blocking attacks just slowed down how quickly I could kill enemies. But if I wanted to level the skill...
Yeah, it's almost like you're using a two-handed weapon there, champ. So we got yet another instance of, yeah, we got like multiple things here. Okay, so we got guy that thinks training is not worth spending money on. Guy that doesn't use block but does melee. Everybody loves an underdog stream story. I think Kretosis is probably going to be the only example of a channel that fucking is tiny but made a good video.
Garbage! Fuck this shit! Fuck this garbage ass shit! Motherfucking 1 out of 10! What the fuck levels?
Alright, yeah, he's still at 19k. If you need something to watch, this is the video. In terms of Skyrim videos, in terms of modern Skyrim videos, there is some older stuff. I mean, I don't know how old, like, G-Man's video is. I would say that, like, before we watched the Kretosis one, that G-Man was probably, like, the most recent Skyrim video that was good. And that was in 2019. So it's like, we've had a couple years since we've had a good Skyrim video. Like, I'm glad that one of the best Skyrim videos was as recent as 3 months ago.
To continue leveling my character's overall level, then I basically had to periodically just stand there holding down the block key doing nothing for minutes at a time, which certainly doesn't qualify as fun or engaging game.
Oh my god, I'm pretty sure your rate of experience is determined by whether or not whether you're using a shield or whether you're using a two-handed weapon to block. Like, again, did not have this issue, played a melee character that did the companions, the Civil War, and the main quest. And that's it. Where's the XP rate? Skill increases. This isn't telling me the amount of XP. In Skyrim, block skill gain XPs are based on the amount of damage resisted when blocking, regardless of the shield used. Whether you use a light armor shield or a heavy armor shield, it levels up just the same. Also, blocking with a shield does not contribute to raising the light or heavy armor skill, only blocking. You should not block if you want to level up armor trees instead. Blocking with a shield grants 2 times the XP compared to blocking with a weapon. Bashing with a shield grants 5 times the XP compared to bashing with a weapon. So, it's almost like the skill is kind of balanced around using a shield.
Gameplay. This section will be relatively short because there's not much to say other than the combat system feels horribly clunky and outdated. And I don't just mean because the game is 9 years old that the combat system feels 9 years old, as it feels even older than that, like it was outdated even in 2011 when it first launched. Melee combat in particular feels like it hasn't evolved much from what games were doing back in the early 2000s, except with even less depth in some cases. Sure, the animations are smoother and it plays more fluidly than games of that era, but the general tactics and execution remain pretty much the same. You perform the same type of attacks no matter how your character is moving or positioned, unless you hold the attack button down to perform a power attack, and enemies don't move around very intelligently.
I mean, yeah, it's got light attack and heavy attack, which is the foundation of most combat systems.
Leading to most fights being a simple back and forth where you just spam the
White male, human knight, big sword. Difficulty at very easy. Yep, it's gamer time.
attack button while moving in and out of the opponent's attack range. Enemies make no reaction to taking damage unless it's by a critical hit or power attack, so combat
Hey, he was doing the Stormcloaks.
feels somewhat unresponsive in that regard, like you're just whacking a bag of potatoes with a stick. You don't really have to worry about running out of stamina because you can continue attacking indefinitely even with no stamina, and you can just wail on enemies with little concern for timing or positioning, especially given the fact that you can pause the game and heal up to full health in an instant using potions. As long as you have enough healing potions at your disposal and can survive the first hit, you're effectively invincible in this game, and that reduces a lot of the tension and excitement from ordinary combat when you always have a get-out-of-jail-free card up your sleeve at all times. Consider that in the years before Skyrim, we got games like Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, Mountain Blade, Risen, Demon Souls and Dark Souls, and 6 months later, Dragon's Dogma, all of which have way more sophisticated and mechanically engaging melee systems than Skyrim, and 6 months later, Dragon's Dogma.
I'm trying to think about all of these games, and I don't know, like, there's various reasons why these games are able to have more advanced combat systems, because there's almost always a trade-off.
All of which have way more sophisticated and mechanically engaging melee systems than Skyrim, and it should be pretty apparent how outdated Skyrim's combat system is, even for 2011 standards. Magic is...
Like, at least, like, in my Oblivion video, did I not go out of my way to say, however, Mordhau has different objectives when it comes to its combat system, being a competitive multiplayer game compared to a role-playing game. Like, you don't pretend to be bad in Mordhau. I'm pretty sure that's pretty close to, like, the quote. You should pretty much always clarify, like, this is why it's called compare and contrast. And I always call contrast comparisons ugly twin sister. Because everybody loves comparison, but nobody loves contrast.
Somehow even more primitive and uninteresting, at least when it comes to the school of destruction magic. Destruction is the game's primary option for raw damage dealing, but most spells in the school are just your basic, straightforward point-and-click gameplay where you just spam your desired spell over and over again until you run out of mana. The novice-level spells, in particular, are just holding down left-click while hovering the reticle over your target, most of whom...
But it's bad ass! Yeah, it's true.
...just come charging straight at you, and then passively waiting for them to die. That's not very fun gameplay.
What? This 9-year-old game is outdated? I mean, he did say for 2011 it felt outdated, which I don't necessarily agree with. I would say that, like, if Skyrim was bringing that to market in, like, 2014, I would definitely agree it was outdated, but I think that, like, even in 2011 it was fairly acceptable. I mean, like, consider for a moment that I think Dead Island was out, but Dying Light was not out.
And thus never enticed me in either playthrough to dabble in offensive magic. Maybe another school like Conjuration would be more interesting, but it seems like a lot of those spells rely on summoning allies and letting them passively tank hits and deal damage, or summoning spellbound melee weapons.
Yes, it's true. It's almost like there's a strategic decision about, like, the enemies that you summon and allowing them to tank damage for you. What's that? There's a difference between Flame Atronax and Frost Atronax in terms of their utility in combat, and you would choose which one you would want based on the situation. It's like, magic sucks because this school of magic doesn't just let me be a big dumb guy that tanks hits. And it's like, yeah, that's because it's a different playstyle. You think mages just tank hits at the front line? No, they summon or reanimate shit to do that for them.
The clunky melee system. I don't know, the magic spells in this game just never really caught my interest, and so I never really messed with it much in either playthrough, outside of basic buffs and utility spells. I therefore can't say I'm much of an expert on the magic system, but first impressions certainly were not very...
At least push yourself to try, right? At least, like, I don't know, at least try.
...appealing to me. The dragon shouts are a nice addition, at least. Per Skyrim's lore, every time you defeat a dragon...
Yeah, this guy really is like the... I like the dragon shouts because they let me do magic without the extra consideration.
dragon in the wild, you harvest its soul, which you can spend learning different dragon shouts based on ancient word walls that teach you the dragon language. These shouts act as quasi-magic-like abilities, like...
He literally said it. He literally said it verbatim.
The iconic Fus Roda that sends out a force blast knocking enemies over, or whirlwind sprint that quickly boosts you forward. Others do basic buffs and debuffs, and even more bizarre things like slowing time or turning yourself into an ethereal form that can either...
Was that a JoJo's reference? I still don't like. I still heavily dislike that the last word of slow time doesn't stop time, because you know how badly I want to go the world though, and then like just move around and stop time. Because that effect exists in the game. They can already do that in the game. They made that effect, but they didn't give it to the player.
Neither harm nor be harmed by enemies. These are fun because they work on their own recharge rate, and they'll synergize well with any playstyle. There's no reason not to use them, as you're not
They synergize with every playstyle, including stealth.
sacrificing proficiency in another field to be able to use them, and some of the abilities can.
What is the best dragon shout? By what metric? Do you mean the most... If you mean the most effective, it's going to be Fusro Da, because that can just game over most enemies in the game.
Have an interesting effect on the gameplay. Up until this point, this review has been...
Oh my god, the bugs section is longer than the combat section. This man has more to say about bugs than combat.
pretty critical, but I can at least tolerate some of the problems in the preceding sections. Here, however, I simply cannot cut Bethesda any slack because these types of issues are just completely inexcusable. I understand that it's almost impossible for a game of this size to be perfectly polished and completely bug-free, but it's simply astounding how many bugs and glitches have persisted in this game considering how much Bethesda have been milking this game with extra paid content, special editions, and re-releases. They've clearly...
This man's really kicking himself that he didn't wait until the anniversary edition. There's a really fun video I watched, which was if the world was real time, and it's basically which one is it? I think it's this one. There's a really funny one where like basically the premise is that instead of so it puts a timer on the screen and actually counts like how long the time is. But like some of them are just Dio laughing for 5 fucking seconds straight. And then like the world would end. But it was like, so this one, like, he could not reach the car in 5 seconds. Also, Stardust Crusaders is probably one of the worst arcs of the Stand era of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I know that's a controversial opinion because it's most people's first introduction to stands, and stands are really cool. However, I think that Stardust Crusaders has some foundational problems, particularly with the way that like the stories are paced and the fact that Jotaro's character arc is literally just a single right turn.
Continued supporting and working on this game and have been trying to get people to spend more and more money on it, and yet apparently they couldn't be bothered to fix a bunch of problems that have been in the game since it first came out. Simply put, it's shameful not to put in that effort when you're profiting as much as you are and are still coming up with new ways to get people to buy Skyrim again, and even more so to rely on your fan base to fix the game for you with free labor. To be clear, there's an extensive unofficial patch created by fans that supposedly addresses a lot of the game's rougher edges, but this
including some things that aren't rough edges. They all have foundational problems, Pat. Yes, but Stardust Crusaders has way more than the other parts. My favorite issue that is in Skyrim is that when you fight Milmolnir, which is the dragon you fight at the Western Watchtower, the first one, he is supposed to have lines of dialogue. However, he does not have lines of dialogue. So, he just seems like a wild animal. So it's like, if you don't play patch Skyrim, you can think that dragons are wild animals up until like the quest at Kynes Grove. And so it's like, it seems like that would be a pretty significant kind of thing to fix over time, but they never did. Yeah, that's my issue with Jotaro, is that I'm fairly confident that the Jotaro right before he gets on the plane in Japan could beat Dio Brando.
mod requires that you have all of the DLC or one of the re-released compilation versions, and I wasn't willing to pay Bethesda more money just to get someone else to fix their game.
Are you actually fucking serious? It is the year of our Lord 2020, and there are people complaining about this. Are you actually... You are the person that modders hate. So you're basically, what you're saying to me is that you aren't going to talk about the DLC. This is actually... This is the smoothest brain thing I've ever heard. I need John Oliver saying it's the current year. Some of these are kind of a gamble. I just want John Oliver saying it's 2016. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This is something that we're still dealing with? It made sense to say some shit like this in 2013. It said some, like, fine, whatever. You don't want to buy the DLC. Whatever. It has been, my guy, at least 8 years. You could never pick any of this stuff up on sale. You couldn't get the special edition. You just decided, I don't want to support the game further, so I'm never going to buy the DLC. What happened? Let's replay the part. Let's replay the part. You need to appreciate this.
Created by fans that supposedly addresses a lot of the game's rougher edges, but
okay, so he's introducing the unofficial patch, right? He's about to explain why he doesn't use it.
this mod requires that you have all of the DLC or one of the re-released compilation versions, and I wasn't willing to pay Bethesda more money just to get someone else to fix their game.
Look. There's a lot of reasons to not buy DLC. This ain't one of them, Chief. Like, there is I don't want to talk about Dragonborn, and then there's I'm not going to talk about Dragonborn because I don't own it. Like, I don't know. There are instances where it would be acceptable to say, I'm not going to buy a DLC because of this. Like, if you were reviewing Mass Effect before the Legendary Edition came out, and you said, I will not pay money to have Javik, so he's not going to be in my review, that would be one thing. Sectioning off Javik, they literally just took a knife and cut that motherfucker out of the game and sold it as the day one DLC. So I don't blame you one bit if you refuse to buy the, whatever that fucking DLC is called. If you refuse to buy it, that's your prerogative. I understand. But Dragonborn and Dawnguard? I mean, I can understand wanting to miss Hearthfire, but really? That's the content that you're going to decide to miss. It's not like it's not going to pay for itself. You have a fucking Patreon. You got 40,000 views. Well, 40,000 views might not be able to pay for the DLC. But still, like, I don't know. Work something out. Get a job at McDonald's. Like, I don't know. I find myself having to make arguments that I don't like. I don't like having to make the argument, you should buy the DLC. Like, okay, he's making the moral argument. I don't want to support Bethesda. So it's like so basically the only reason that we are getting this video is because he happened to own Skyrim. If he didn't own Skyrim, he wouldn't have bought it. Like, he wouldn't have done it, right? But it's like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem valid. Like, the special edition exists. The legendary edition exists. Like, we should be working off of the assumption that literally everybody talking about Skyrim has all of the DLC and can access this shit. Like, this is the kind of shit that should have gone out of style in 2015. Fucking Caption hadn't made his review yet when this was a dated argument. This is some wild shit. This is why This is why he's got the mule facelift and not like Serana mods. It's because he doesn't know about Serana. Otherwise, he'd be all over her. Yes, Dragonborn. Sounded like a matter of principle rather than being bored. That's a really stupid matter of principle. Yes, I agree. You probably shouldn't support modern Bethesda. However, I do own Fallout 4. I now do own Fallout 76 because I plan on reviewing it later this year. I do own Skyrim VR. These are all things that I have justified purchasing because I run a YouTube channel where I talk about this shit. There's a difference between like taking the moral high ground and like refusing to talk about something out of like moral indignation. And there is absolutely, before anybody says it, there is absolutely a world of difference between the way that the Javik DLC was handled and just the fact that Bethesda on the one hand has a marketing practice where they basically rely on the modding community to fix their games. That doesn't mean Dragonborn and Dawnguard aren't worth getting. It's not like their bad business practice was directly tied to the downloadable content. Like, the reason you don't support the Javik content is that you don't want to tell EA that it's okay to just cut parts of the fucking game out and sell it as DLC. But that's not what's going on here. So, I was wondering if he's playing Special Edition, or Standard Edition. He is. He's playing Standard Edition with none of the DLC. That's fucking fascinating. That makes this the most original Skyrim video by default of the fact that he, for some reason, ran his head against a wall and decided not to have this shit. It also means that, like, he's just not gonna talk about Dragonborn, and I feel like that's not good. That would be like saying I'm gonna talk about Oblivion, but since all I own is the original launch copy of Oblivion that didn't come with any of the DLC, that's all I'm gonna use. Like, I don't think there's anybody who would tolerate you like playing the, well, probably given the number of people that don't talk about like Shivering Isles and Knights of the Nine, but like, I don't know, it's just like, this is not okay. But yeah, it's like, if you want to understand how Bethesda learned as designers, then you need to, like, you know, play the stuff that was like made after Skyrim was released. I feel like this was important info he should have mentioned at the start when he told us about him using Sky UI and shit. Yeah, I do feel like that might have informed a few things. Because, like, now that I'm thinking back, it's like, yeah, there is definitely an auspiciously... There's definitely an element of you're missing this footage for Dawnguard and Dragonborn. I didn't think about it, but, like, yeah. Usually these Skyrim videos will show at least, like, one of those pieces of content at some random point as, like, B-roll footage. Dragonborn is expansion content. That's like saying to review Half-Life you must play Opposing Force. Why is that particularly unreasonable? I don't think it's unreasonable to say that you should play at least play Opposing Force when you're talking about Half-Life. Plus, there's a world of difference. Like, Opposing Force was a standalone expansion for Half-Life. Dragonborn is implicitly tied to the game and demonstrates several aspects where Bethesda learned. Like, I'm sorry, but no, that takes particularly brain dead. I think, here, let me write your example for you. No, I'm not going to write your example for you. Fuck you. Because you're just wrong.
As such, I was left with only Bethesda's official patches to fix up the game, which were sorely lacking compared to what the fans have put together unofficially.
You're not even missing out on much. Fuck it. It's a good thing that you're not playing with the unofficial patch. The unofficial patch changes shit that ain't broken. Well, I fixed all the issues with the game, so now I guess I gotta justify it's working, right? So I guess it's just time for me to start fixing shit that ain't broken.
At this point, a lot of the issues are relatively minor physics glitches, like NPCs spazzing out or getting stuck in walls, but I still ran into a lot of really bizarre issues, like during the Siege of Whiterun, where objects were flying all over the sky, or my character would randomly go into the swimming animation, and dead NPCs would fly up in the air like they were being thrashed around by an invisible demon. The game's use of the Havoc physics engine apparently ties a lot of animations to the game's frame rate, which can make the game literally unplayable on modern computers.
Is there a possibility that he's having these issues due to the mods he has installed? Dragonborn is separate, just like Opposing Force. Oh, hang on. Let me open Steam here. Let me open Steam here real quick. Let me go to my library section. I'm going to open the search bar. I'm going to type in Half-Life. Half-Life, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Lost Coast, Half-Life Alyx, Half-Life Blue Shift, Half-Life Caged. Half-Life Caged is actually pretty based. And Half-Life Opposing Force. It seems like it's standalone. And then we talk... Okay, let's look up Skyrim now. No. Let's look up Elder Scrolls. Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Skyrim Special Edition, Skyrim VR. It's not separate. It's implicitly tied into the main game. Special Edition also made the EXE 64-bit, so I would imagine that might help with some issues. Yeah, like, there's a whole different set of glitches you'll encounter on Special Edition. Not standalone, must have Half-Life. It has its own launcher. It's a completely separated campaign. Dragonborn is implicitly tied to the main story of the main quest. It plays out differently based on your progression in the main quest. You don't need Dragonborn to play Skyrim. No shit. Obviously, he's not. It's still tied to it. It's still worth having. It still informs the commentary. I'm sorry, but you're just wrong. And it's literally in opposition to pretty much everything I talk about when it comes to this kind of stuff. I put him in the no-no zone. I hate how the timeout is like 300 seconds. But yeah, like, he's just dragging the commentary down. He's just wrong in sticking by his guns.
Running it at over 60 frames per second without manually editing configuration files or the game's
sorry,
invisible demon. The game's use of the Havoc physics engine apparently ties a lot of animations to the game's frame rate, which can make the game literally unplayable on modern computers running it at over 60 frames per second without...
Do most modern computers play games at over 60 frames per second? I think this is still a standard that most people are on. I think, like, the Valve hardware survey says that, like, 1080p 60 FPS is still pretty much the standard for PC gaming. And then, like, it's not the end. Like, you want to have 144 FPS for games that aren't like Skyrim, because, like, either the game is so, like, mechanically intensive that, like, having that extra frame data is useful to play in the game, or you want that extra frame data because the animations are just so good, and you can't say either about Skyrim. Yeah, mine does too. I have a 144 hertz monitor.
Without manually editing configuration files or downloading script extenders. I mean, seriously, I literally could not get through the opening cart ride without modifying the game to make it work properly. I replaced the dead Gilder Green with a young sapling, and instead of replacing the old model, the game just pasted the sapling inside of the dead tree. Not a big deal as it's simply a visual thing, but a common problem nonetheless that seems like it should have an easy fix, and which Bethesda was just too lazy to address.
You're also playing, like, okay, here's definitely another issue. You're playing, like, you're complaining that Bethesda's not patching the standard edition. There's a new version of the game. Like, look, I am one of those people who will say that Bethesda should address, like, key core issues that the game has. But I'm not one of these people that says that, like, 10 years after the fact, Bethesda should still be patching standard edition.
Sometimes the mouse controls just completely lock up in interface screens, forcing you to use a keyboard.
Yeah, and I don't understand the basis of that bug. I think it's probably like, I think what's happening is that like the game is getting confused about what interface you're in. I think that's why that happens.
I got really sick of how my character would get constantly stuck indefinitely running forward every time after I performed a sprinting power attack, even with my hands completely off the movement keys. That's another bug that's apparently been there since launch, and the only way to avoid it is to just stop all control inputs for a moment after a sprinting two-handed power attack, which is a clunky and awkward workaround that you really shouldn't have to mess with when that...
Don't old RIM players get a free upgrade to SE? Yeah, like, if he had standard edition before special edition, I would think that he would have gotten the free upgrade to special edition.
That's been a known issue since 2011. More critically, I also had a few major quest lines just completely break down because NPCs decided not to advance to the next stage of the quest, or because they became permanently hostile.
Well, alright. Just because we're friends. Give me, say, 750 gold, and we can... Hey, where do you think you're going? Come back here.
Why do you think he stopped talking? It's because there's a dragon encounter going on. Controller plugged in disables mouse. I think that's just the... If you have a controller plugged in, the game assumes that you're playing with a controller. I literally ran into that today.
I also need to take a moment to point out how absolutely terrible the default user interface is, because it's mind-boggling that this is what
Okay, the UI is neither a bug nor a technical issue. It is problematic, but it's not a bug or a technical issue. I'm pretty sure special... Like, I didn't opt into special edition or anything. It was just in my library one day.
Bethesda deemed good enough for the final product. The whole thing consists of floating lists of plain white...
You need to have the DLC. Big LOL. So he didn't get the special edition upgrade because he, like... In 2013 or 2014, he decided to dig in his heels and not buy the DLC. Yeah, he's not playing... Like, I do have part of my review where I play the standard edition... But that's just part of my review, because I was doing, like, I was just seeing, like, if the game was different. It was not terribly meaningfully different, but, like, yeah, it has issues that aren't present in special edition.
Text with minimal ways to sort or organize information.
I would say that, like, at the time this review was made, special edition... No, this isn't old. This is 2020. This is recent. This is post-special edition.
All put together in a way that greatly limits the amount of on-screen information at a time, forcing you to scroll through long lists to find something or bring up each individual item if you just want to do a quick glance of its stats for the sake of comparison. The inventory system, for instance, is fine if you only ever have a handful of items, but becomes a nightmare to parse once you start accumulating a lot of stuff, which is pretty much inevitable the longer the game goes on. The favorites window seems like a quick and convenient way to swap equipment or use...
I literally keep showing it to you guys. November 7th, 2020. Wait a second. Was this video a conspiracy to keep liberal voters from going out and voting?
Use items, but that too eventually becomes a long, cluttered list that you have to hunt and scroll through every time you bring it up. And that's not even to mention its awkward game pausing effect that disrupts the natural flow of gameplay every time you have to use it. Again, I could tolerate this kind of thing if Skyrim were just a one-time deal, but Bethesda have been incessantly pushing it back into the market. It's still making the news in late 2020 with it being added to Microsoft's Xbox Game Pass portfolio, and some people seem to give the bugs and glitches a comical pass like they're design features instead of actual mechanical flaws in the game design.
No, they're just playing a different version of the game that's more functional than the one you're playing.
I realize this might be an unfair comparison, but just look at what CD Projekt have done with their Witcher games. They've continually released major updates and complete enhanced edition overhauls of those games years after release and made them available completely free to anyone who's ever purchased the base games. I mean, they completely revamped the interface in The Witcher 3 after a year of hearing criticism from fans about how it could be improved and patched it into the base game, even for people who weren't spending the extra money on the latest expansion. Contrast that with Bethesda, who relies on their fans to fix their...
Sure, but did Bethesda make Cyberpunk 2077? Food for thought. Maybe Cyberpunk 2077 would have been better if CD Projekt Red hadn't spent so much time patching The Witcher 3.
their own problems and then ask that you pay more money purchasing the same game again to get certain new features and updates that...
Okay, in fairness, I don't think Cyberpunk was out yet.
On their fans to fix their own problems and then ask that you pay more money purchasing the same game again to get certain new features and updates that weren't or...
I'm sorry, but I don't feel that bad for the fact that you missed the boat.
couldn't be patched into the base game.
You did mention The Witcher 3 though, which is that goes on the list. Did I mention he had mods? I'll put that down as well. Yeah, I've basically given up on, like, going off of these notes that I was left. So, sorry, Joss. Things I like. How do we feel about things I like as a separate section of the video? Is that by implication saying that you didn't like everything else? Like everything you've mentioned up to this point is something you didn't like? Yeah, I guess that's an interpretation you could come to. Koala brain, ignoring the leaves on the plate. Oh my god. Thank you for reminding me that that is an actual attribute of the koala. Well, listen, the man was digging in his heels about playing the Skyrim DLC for his video. It's like, okay, trust me when I say, I understand you want to have your issues with supporting Bethesda, and you aren't a content creator. No reason why you should have to buy the Skyrim DLC on my behalf. I don't give a fuck if you play Dragonborn or not. But I do think it is something that you probably should do. So my question is, if you don't like a game enough to want to get the most up-to-date experience in it, why waste dozens of hours making a video on it? I would say, well, high-end dozens of hours, probably accurate. Yeah, koalas are fucking stupid.
Despite all of my criticism, there are some things Skyrim does that I actually enjoy and consider to be well executed even compared to other similar types of games that I enjoy more. For example, I really like how you pick up quests in Skyrim.
Okay, I guess we're just going right in with the hot takes. Do I make a consent joke?
In a lot of other RPGs, you pick up quests by just indiscriminately talking to everyone you see, purely in an effort on your end to seek out content. There's no logical or immersive reason you would want to walk up to someone standing on the side of the road, strike up a conversation with them, and then volunteer your time and energy to help them out. And so
Sounds like a you problem. I don't know. Why are you taking... Like, this is the guy that, like... This is the guy that like gets a maxed out quest log before he goes out into the world.
But all feels awkwardly forced and artificial. That's not really...
Yeah. This guy was really kicking himself that he didn't wait like 2 months. Like it was 6 months before, but it was definitely 2 months now because like, I think he would have probably cut that little Witcher 3 bit out if Cyberpunk was out.
The case in Skyrim. Instead, you pick up quests in far more natural and immersive ways as part of basic exploration, rather than extrinsically seeking.
Hey, Dragonborn, would you be interested in doing a quest for me? No, no, no. Go ahead. Go ahead. Stop right there. Stop right there. Don't hit no. Don't hit no. I'm going to hit accept for you, okay? You're going to do this quest for me. You're eventually going to do this quest for me. You think you can say no, but I've already added it to your quest log. How immersive.
Seeking out content. Instead of seeing someone with an exclamation point over their head or someone standing around in a suspiciously obvious location like they have something they want you to do, you pick up quests by overhearing conversations and deciding for...
Wow, it's you're either World of Warcraft or you're Skyrim. Like what?
yourself if it's something you might want to get involved with, or an NPC will approach you asking...
Weren't you complaining about how many quests just get like thrown into your quest log earlier?
For your assistance. Sometimes couriers show up to deliver a letter from someone you've met previously, or from someone who's heard of your exploits and wants to employ your services. You might read a book and uncover some interesting information leading to a new quest.
Yeah, most people hate that. Most people vehemently hate... Like, there are two things in this frame right now that people fucking hate about Skyrim. It's the Red Eagle quest, because it's just a book that randomly throws a fucking quest at you. And the stupid Stones of Baronzea. People really like having quests just shoved into their quest log against their will.
Sometimes you wander into active events and simply find yourself involved in whatever situation is unfolding.
That's not a good thing.
Or if you're deliberately seeking out information about where to find quests, you simply approach a bartender and ask them what the local rumors are, and they point you towards relevant people. That's all really well executed, and it makes a...
Your script doesn't line up. Also, yeah, it was that way before.
World feel that much more immersive when you pick up quests like that, instead of the usual methods that so many other games, even some of my favorites, employ. I also appreciate how much backstory is injected into seemingly ordinary...
Okay, well, I guess we're just moving on. Nothing really about why he likes it being that way, just that, you know, I really love when quests just get shoved into my quest log. I bet he really likes Fallout 4 then. He really likes Preston Garvey coming up to him. Hey, General, before you ask... There's a settlement that needs our help. Bam! I said it too quickly. You can't deny that. You can't deny it. I said it. You can't deny that those people need help, General.
Ordinary and pointless NPCs. It seems like almost every character has some kind of role to serve in the world, even if it's not something that directly relates to the player through mechanical interaction.
There's a lot of people who really don't like this aspect of Elder Scrolls games. I'm thinking Will and Acerthorn, although I have a sneaking suspicion that Acerthorn was not original in that opinion, so really I'm just thinking Will. Oh fuck, and yeah, that's not even to mention the Meridia Beacon quest. Let me go ahead and pick up that beacon for you.
As service providers or just providing for themselves. Even someone like Nazim, who doesn't really do anything except walk around town, essentially as a filler character there to occupy space, has a personality and relationship to someone else in the world, as he has a wife who runs their farm outside of town. And you can talk to a lot of these people about where they come from and why they're in whatever situation they're in.
Oh, thank God, they're one line of dialogue. I already have to deal with my family volunteering my time with things I don't want to do. I really don't need it happening in my preferred method of escapism too. Yeah, that's what bothers me is like... I thought I was in charge here. Like, there's a scene from Better Call Saul I want to use where, it's, Nacho and, his boss. And the, Nacho's subordinate comes in and is like short drug money. And Nacho lets him leave. And, his boss is like, so, who is who's boss here. And I really feel like that's accurate for a lot of things in Skyrim.
What they're hoping to accomplish in the future, and so on. I might not care about some random merchant's backstory personally, but it's cool that you can talk to them about it, as that helps to flesh out the game's lore and makes everything feel a little bit more richly detailed. I like the way guards and NPCs react to all of the various events that unfold as a result of your adventures. After you restore the Gilder Green Tree in Whiterun, people will notice it and thank you for it. If you join the Companions, people will start talking to you like you're one of them.
Aren't you that new guy in the Companions? What do? Fetch the mead. My only issue with the guard system is that, like, the old dialogue doesn't get filtered out. So, like, all of the dialogue of when you start the faction is also true, like, when you're the leader. The fuck? Oh, no.
Telling you to keep your dog quiet at night and wondering if that's fur they see growing around your ears. None of these are of any real impact or consequence, but it's a nice touch that makes the world feel a little more dynamic and reactive to your presence. It's realistic and immersive after all, that guards and ordinary NPCs would notice and comment on some of the things you do. It's not
Nocturnal Rambler is a based Stormcloak. Just remember that.
always perfect, however, like when I started the initiation quest for the College of Winterhold, then immediately fast-traveled to another location and had a guard comment on me being that one from the college and that he'd heard of me. That was a case when he really shouldn't have known that, given that it literally just happened and I had little to no reputation within the college at that point, but I like the sentiment behind those little responses. I like walking around Sovngarde and getting to meet dead NPCs you've heard stories about previously, or getting to follow up with other characters you met in life now that they're dead. It's
yeah, all, like, what, 4 times that it happens? Like, there's a lot more they could have done with Sovngarde. Wouldn't it be cool if, like, all of the honorable Nords that you kill over the course of the game were in Sovngarde once you reached it? And we're like, what the fuck, dude? First you murder me and now you come here?
It's a minor thing, but it's a neat visual to be wandering through the mist with that chanting chorus playing behind you, and then seeing the ghostly apparitions of fallen characters begin to materialize before you, whom you can then actually talk to. I just wish there could have been even more named NPCs with more
see, he agrees.
Dialogue to be had during this segment of the game, because it seems like such a rich opportunity for extensive lore and world building through fun, interactive gameplay, and there's really only a small handful of characters with whom you can have significant interactions. Still a cool concept, though. In fact, the general look and overall atmosphere of the game is pretty solid, too. I like how much variety they
Fuck off. I'm sorry if you weren't here for like the early parts of the stream, but fuck off. You were literally complaining that you had to walk through the world for 30 seconds. You're telling me that you could not conceptualize, I like the aesthetic. Hang on. I like the atmosphere of Skyrim. Well, you sure seem to fucking complain about the moments of the game where you're forced to engage with it. Oh, I guess it was only a problem because you were in a boring part of the map during the day. Now you're in a cool part of the map at night, so now it's a good thing.
One of Skyrim's biggest selling points, literally, is the sheer size of its world. At the time, it was unrivaled in scale. No other games of that time but that comes at the expense of pacing by separating unique points of interest, maybe more counter. They spread out the various map
This was
markers.
a stupid realism argument. Anyways, if you were here, you saw it, but like, yeah, he had a big deal. He has an issue with the fact that you have to walk 30 seconds between places.
Though. In fact, the general look and overall atmosphere of the game is pretty solid too. I like how much variety they've put into the environments while still retaining that Nordic Viking aesthetic, from the grassy hills around Whiterun to the volcanic hot springs of Rift.
Now the grassy hills around Whiterun are cool.
To the icy tundra of
You mad? I'm not mad. I'm not mad that I've had fucking 40 minutes of my life wasted with this shit.
Windhelm to the rocky cliffs of Markarth to the dense evergreen forest of Falkreath. It all looks really good and makes exploration a little more interesting just because it feels like you're always getting to experience so many new and different environments. Despite the somewhat dated graphics, but with it being nearly 10 years old at this point, there's still artistic merit in the environmental design that makes it all really pretty to look at. It would not interest me personally, but I'm sure someone could get a lot of satisfaction just treating Skyrim like a glorified nature trek hiking simulator, just walking around.
Oh, it definitely wouldn't. What? It definitely wouldn't interest you personally. You just only had like an extremely long bit about how it doesn't interest you personally and how it has to be changed to suit your needs.
taking in the scenery and ignoring pretty much everything else the game has to offer. I know this is in the things I like section, but while on the subject of the visuals, I do want to take a moment to say that I wish the game had some better animations for its NPCs, who tend to just stand around in their idle stances during conversation. That's kind of boring and doesn't look much better than what we had with Morrowind almost 10 years earlier. I mean, just take a look at your first actual meeting with Ulfric Stormcloak, who, need I remind you, is one of, if not the most important characters in all of Skyrim.
Only the foolish or the courageous approach a Jarl without summons. Do I know you? Ah, yes.
But
destined for the chopping block, if I'm not mistaken.
the game has instances where where NPCs are like doing random shit while talking to you, and it's actually just kind of fucking stupid looking. And so you're complaining that the Jarl of Windhelm is sitting on his throne while holding a conversation with you. I'm sorry that the Jarl of Windhelm elected to sit on his throne while having a conversation. Yeah, we say that about every fucking video, that every video is a troll video to fuck with me. That's why I'm thinking about, like, that's why I think I'm being gang stalked by the federal government.
Point. Well, we've come to the right place then. Speak with Delmar. I'm always looking for able fighters. Not everyone can say they made it out of Helg.
I'm the finger down your spine when all the lights are out, and the name on all the men's room walls. When I pout, the whole world tries to make me smile, and everyone always wants to know who is that girl.
I like that moment when the merchant and River...
Okay. I guess.
Wood sends his sister to guide you to the nearby Bleak Falls Barrow as part of a main quest, wherein she walks you through town making idle conversation about the thieves and the golden claw they stole, and then points out where to find Bleak Falls Barrow using actual landmarks and navigational directions for reference. This is such a simple moment and really shouldn't be noteworthy on its own, but it's a rare instance where the game takes the time to give you quest directions through contextual in-world means instead of just putting a nondescript icon on your compass.
I wonder if there's a reason for that. I wonder if there's something special about this particular instance that would cause them to pay particular attention to what they're doing.
It works because the quest has a fixed location, as opposed to being randomized, and the world design in this area feels relatively compact and densely structured, with the different paths and landmarks each having some kind of notable spatial relationship to something else, as opposed to just being a wide open field with your destination some huge and arbitrary distance away. It's one of very few instances where the quest design integrates with the world design effectively, and having Camilla there chatting with you gives it a little extra touch of humanity. Again, this isn't something I would praise in most other games, but it's notable in Skyrim because of how much it contrasts with the rest of the overall design. It shows that Bethesda can design things like this, but just choose not to in most cases.
Wonder... Water, 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 water. Yeah, so if you're not in the know, the reason why Camilla has that interaction is because Riverwood's literally the first town you fucking go to. And that's like one of the first quests you're likely to get.
I'm not a big fan of Jeremy Soule as a musical composer, generally speaking.
I want you to just understand, this man just said that he's not a big fan of Jeremy Soule as a musical composer, generally speaking. If I said that shit, I'd be fucking crucified and dragged through the streets.
but I have to admit that the soundtrack actually does a pretty good job at establishing unique and interesting moods and atmospheres without being too intrusive.
What? I was told the soundtrack was emotionally neutral. "911, I have an emergency. This man's just stolen an hour of my life."
I have a hard time calling specific songs to mind because a lot of it feels so airy and nebulous without much of a melodic hook to latch onto, but I was surprised by how many tracks I recognized and could associate with specific areas when listening to the soundtrack in the background while writing this review. Hearing the streets of Whiterun while wandering around town and seeing snowy mountains off in the distance can be a genuinely tranquil experience. Likewise, while looking up at the night sky illuminated by the Aurora Borealis while Secunda plays, which is a beautifully serene track in its own right, but also somehow gives off a feeling of wistful optimism, like you're about to set off on an adventure and you're kind of nervous about it, but still filled with forlorn hope over the thrills and excitement that lie in wait for you in the next morning. And that's pretty impressive whenever a soundtrack can get me thinking about deeper emotions like that. Finally, I find that some of the quests are genuinely interesting.
I feel like if you asked him to talk about Oblivion, he would say, "I don't like Jeremy Soule generally, but Oblivion soundtrack and etc."
And entertaining. Mostly, these pertain to some of the more outlandish scenarios, many of them being Daedric quests, like when you accept a seemingly benign challenge to a drinking contest and then have to spend the next day traveling the world and figuring out what kind of weird shenanigans you got into the night before and setting everything right. It's fun and exciting when you go to loot a seemingly ordinary rucksack and suddenly hear a spectral voice talking to you, which then sets you on.
Yeah, I'm sure you really like Meridia's Beacon, on account of your opinions on how, Aurora Borealis, this time of day, this time of year, localized entirely within your kitchen.
On a quest to restore the light to a goddess's shrine, or when a homeless man sets you on a quest looking for his master, which then whisks you away to an alternate dimension where you have to solve puzzles for a Daedric prince. That quest in particular is a lot of fun because it has some of the most creative puzzles in the game and is entirely about messing around with a Wabbajack trying to figure out its intended uses.
Okay, I've got several issues with this. First of all, what the fuck have you done to have Mjol here? This is a fucking, like, dream sequence. What the fuck is Mjol doing here? But second of all, really? You're gonna think that this is creative? It's a good step in the right direction, but... Sam is very nearly on the bingo card.
For those puzzles, and thus makes for a nice change of pace from the usual dungeon crawling quests. And really, this is the thing that makes me want to continue playing in spite of a lot of general mediocrity that I find in the rest of the gameplay, because there's always this random chance that you'll stumble into one of these weird, crazy quests that completely break and defy expectations. While Skyrim...
Conclusion. That's a word that means the video is ending.
Might serve as a decent sandbox and allowing you a lot of open-ended freedom to do whatever and pretend whatever you want, making whatever type of experience you want out of it based on whatever creativity you put into your playthrough. I find it seriously lacking in some areas that I find really important for these types of open-world RPGs. As an RPG, I find it lacking in meaningful ways to effect your role-playing decisions into the...
Oh, so you're just gonna... Are you gonna breeze past that part where you said the world needs to be smaller? Because the compass is mean?
Actual gameplay, since most quests have straightforward solutions without choices or consequences, and you have...
I just got here. What's with the bad graphics? My man is playing standard edition. My man thinks you don't need any of the DLC or even the special edition. Not worth it. Let's play the standard edition.
Such limited options for how you interact with NPCs. Although you might imagine your character to be a certain way, the game doesn't really acknowledge this, except when it comes to combat and dungeon crawling. The progression system feels pretty unsatisfying to me because the perks don't really change gameplay that much, seeing as most of them are just passive statistical modifiers, while...
Hey, didn't he, like, unlock a couple perks and then, like, he was able to kill a giant at level 8?
The level-scaled enemies and level-scaled loot makes the feeling of leveling up and getting stronger feel largely static because the rest of the world is leveling up with you. It's not nearly as extreme as...
Alright, I feel like this is going to be highly repetitive for the rest of the video. I don't feel like there's a point being made here as much as just a regurgitation of the regurgitations we've already experienced. So let me just scroll on through this transcript here.
Plenty of interesting content and things to do to justify a playthrough, but the whole thing just screams missed potential to me, while a lot of the things I value most in these types of games tend to be pretty mediocre here. If you're going to play Skyrim at all, it seems like you basically need to install mods that radically alter the way the core game actually functions.
I don't care if there's a fucking mod that fixes it. Face G-Man.
In order to make a decent game out of it, which, to be fair, seems doable with the mods that are out there, but again, I'm not fond of paying Bethesda to have other people fix up their game for them, as that's essentially rewarding Bethesda for lazy, half-hearted efforts.
Okay, so you made a really unconvincing argument that you have to pay Bethesda to fix, like, to have other people fix the game for you because you don't have what everybody else, like, everybody who plays Skyrim at this point has presumably had Dawnguard and Dragonborn in their versions of the game.
Just refer back to the shoddy user interface. After re-releasing the game however many times, they've still done practically nothing to fix it up. I can only presume their line of reasoning to be that, well, someone made a popular mod to fix that, which means we don't have to do it ourselves now. Which, if that's the approach they're taking retroactively, then what's to stop them from thinking like that proactively while they're still developing the game?
I'd like to introduce you to Fallout 4.
Ultimately, the end result is a game that can be decently fun at times, but which spends more time than not disappointing me with shallow and repetitive gameplay that just doesn't capture my interest like other, similar types of games in this field have. I don't begrudge anyone who enjoys it, but it's not a satisfying RPG to me, and I've enjoyed lots of other open-world games better. The unfortunate reality is that, despite the game's epic landscape and grandiose heights, there's not much actual depth to the experience.
I feel like if you don't have any kind of, like, you're an RPG channel, but you haven't really played Morrowind or Oblivion, it's almost like a terrible, horrible, horrific idea to not just start with those games. Just start with Morrowind. Because this guy's an RPG channel, so it's like, if you're going to share your opinions about Skyrim, you should be familiar with Morrowind. And so it's like, it's obvious you're already familiar with Skyrim, so, like, start early. At least start with Oblivion or something. Like, don't open with Skyrim and just be, like, completely ignorant to the series history.
And that's what I find most disappointing.
That's it. We finished the video. Man. Wild shit. He considers Dragonborn and Dawnguard to be equivalent to DLC. Yeah, you would think you would know what expansions are. I can understand not wanting to pay for Hearthfire because you think that, like, they're ripping you off, but to say that, like, I'm not going to play Dawnguard or Dragonborn? Yeah, and then there was somebody in the comments who was like, you somehow managed to make a Skyrim review interesting in 2020. Man, fuck you. Fuck you. Who are you? This 268,000 fucking sub-YouTuber who think, like... Are you a VTuber? If you're a VTuber, you're giving VTubers a bad name. Let's see your Twitch. Oh yeah, she's a VTuber.
Really quick.
Leave it to a VTuber to have a bad fucking opinion about the fact that, oh, you managed to make a Skyrim review interesting in 2020. Yeah, I'm about to blow your fucking mind out the back of your skull with my Skyrim video.
Functional garbage. Fuck this shit! Fuck this garbage ass shit! Motherfucking 1 out of 10! What the fuck levels?
I just massively shit talk some random Twitch VTuber. That's the drama that's gonna kill me, is randomly dissing some YouTuber who was in some, not even a YouTuber, Twitch streamer who was in a comment section. Oh man. Yeah, this video is still better. Came out a year later. I'm looking forward to the other parts of this just because it's got a decently good start. The fucking Skyrim videos we watch they fucking wish that they got the criticisms that this fucking video got. I feel like a lot of people have a your voice is appealing, this video is good mindset. Yeah, it's like, well, this video is an hour long, time to turn my brain off. Makes me sad because it makes me wonder how many people like watch my video and actually critically think about what I'm saying. No, there's a bunch of old shit I haven't played, that's why I don't talk about it. Like, I would not be doing an Elden Ring review next month if I had never played Dark Souls. That's just kind of the standard I have. I feel like the basic prerequisite of mild familiarity with the series that you're talking about is a good thing. Dog shit audiobooks get good reviews because the voice actor kills it? Yeah, probably. You should plod Dark Souls. Dark Souls. I like that if I don't jump on to Dark Souls is the next thing that like I don't know. I feel like some people would be disappointed if I never moved on to Dark Souls. All right, so get to scratch that one off the list. What do we say? Is see our scale like similar to the Celsius measurement? The Celsius unit of temperature measurement. Our scale of Skyrim videos is just not wide enough for for what we're doing here. I mean, there's a world of difference between a 2 and a 3. Elden Ring is the Dark Souls of SEO optimization. No, because I'm sure the My Chemical Romance video would play My Chemical Romance. And that's just not the kind of warfare I'm prepared to dish out. The thing I hate most about the comparison between Dark Souls and the Elder Scrolls is that, as far as I can tell, Morrowind was the only one with the closest systems to it combat-wise, because you had... Damn, I thought the comment was going to go somewhere. I know you're leading off to something, but... Are you considering looking into what people were thinking about the game before it launched based on pre-release marketing materials? As far as Elden Ring goes? No, because I've been punished in the past for doing that. So, like, I did a lot of pre-research for Cyberpunk in terms of, like, the marketing material, and it basically didn't pay off. It wasn't worth doing. It was barely worth playing The Witcher 3 for the Cyberpunk video. It was mildly worth it because the topic came up, but, man, no. Wait, have you never actually played Dark Souls 1? Dude, I've streamed Dark Souls 1. Yes, I've played Dark Souls 1. I streamed Dark Souls 1 of me playing New Game Plus as Giant Dad. I've played Dark Souls. Oblivion had rolling so false. Yeah, I guess it's true. I guess it's true. I think Dark Souls, Elder Scrolls comparisons are dumb to me. I agree. I'm tired of... What the fuck? I'm tired of seeing them. We have to take away people's comparison licenses. There's when in college writing, you're taught about how to write comparisons. You are taught in the same assignment how to write contrasts. And I feel like people only did the first half of the assignment or something. Like, there's far too much comparison and not enough contrast. How are Dark Souls and Elder Scrolls different? Oh, that's fucking boring. Let's talk about how cool Dark Souls combat is. Dark Souls is the greatest combat system in a role-playing game. I think you should do Half-Life after Elder Scrolls. There's not really a lot to talk about. There's not really a lot for me to kind of dig into short of covering Half-Life 2. And I don't think even 50 years after Half-Life 2 people accept my opinion on that game, which is that the game is fine, but goddamn do I hate the setting. Fancy guy went to college. That first year college writing class. Well, I guess not first year. Some of these people might have to take remedial English. I think Kratos' weakest argument is comparing Dark Messiah to Skyrim. I would agree. I understand what they were attempting to do with that. They were attempting to demonstrate how much of a visual spectacle Dark Messiah is, and I actually agree. Dark Messiah is a lot of a visual spectacle, but I don't necessarily think it's a fair comparison, and there's a reason why I didn't really talk a whole lot about Dark Messiah in my Oblivion video. Not that I didn't know about Dark Messiah. I don't know what I'm going to be on EFAP. That's I don't know. One, it's presumptive, and two, see, I was shit talking Mauler today, so it's more likely I think my BioShock video would get covered on EFAP during a slow week. Slow week, nothing really to watch, so they throw up the BioShock video, epic style, own me. Because I think Mauler likes BioShock. I really think Arcane could help Bethesda make satisfying first-person combat, probably. But there's some foundational things that Bethesda needs to work out in terms of their mechanics. There's some questions that need to be answered. I think that if Bethesda wants to move forward with Elder Scrolls, then they really need to figure out what they're doing with their design. Thoughts on American Krogan's BioShock analysis. This is not something I had heard of. I I've heard the name American Krogan before, and I have literally no idea what it's from. I can see we're off to a good start with the fact that this shit is mirrored. So we got the politics of BioShock Infinite. Is that the one you're referring to? I can only imagine the joys that we'll experience if I click on that video. Review man, how deep voice put me to sleep. I warned you, bro. I warned you about Bosmer traps. Yes, thank you. Why is it that when somebody wants to clarify something that nobody reads the chat and like nobody reads the chat and just like goes, well, what I want to say is already answered. No, we needed 10 people, different people to tell me that he went over to BitChute. I think Mahler really cooled it with his objectivity obsession. He used to talk about it all the time, but nowadays you'll actually rarely hear him bring up the objectivity of his critiques. That's mostly because when he was active with it, there were a lot of people who were fighting against it. There's not a lot of people fighting for the objectivity as a myth meme, except for Dime Tree. Let's see. So, we've got DW Terminate. I'm not saying I'm going to do this tonight. In fact, I'm probably going to hop off. Was a mercifully short stream. And I still, like I said earlier, I still have to play a shit ton of World of Warcraft because I have to finish the playthrough. Not the playthrough per se, because that gives it connotations that it's like a single character. But I basically need to finish all the footage I want to grab before the, what is it, the 24th, when Elden Ring comes out, because then I'm gonna move over and smash Elden Ring. So really I have less time because I wanted to take the day off before Elden Ring, the day before Elden Ring comes off, because after it comes out I'm gonna be working a lot. So yeah, we still have DW Terminator's video to finish. We got Donut Edits. That is one that I'm kind of skeptical of. We might start this one today. I hope people aren't already leaving. I'm sure that we dropped like, oh no, we didn't lose like 40 viewers as soon as I said that. Although maybe it hasn't reached the stream yet because of the delay. Oh, there it is. I might start this video. So, well, yeah, it is a who is this person. So this is one of the smaller end videos from Mr. Donut Edits. Donuts Edits. Gotta get his name right. So I think we should start this video out and kind of gauge when I want to do this.
5 Skyrim was released by Bethesda on November 11th.
Is he sped up? Hang on. I think he's sped up. Yeah, he's one. I at least have to give them the chance to play at normal speed before we speed them up.
The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim was released by Bethesda on November 11th, 2011, and that
Thanks for the history lesson.
That means that from the day that you are watching this video, the game has been out for a total of 8 years.
Ah, well, you see, there was another video. Why the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim is still played 9 years later.
9 years. It's been 9 years.
Can we... Hang on, I'm going to put this out there. Is there, if somebody knows of, like, videos where they say how long the game has been out, can we get a compilation of it's been 1 year since Skyrim has come out? 2 years. It's been 2 years since Skyrim came out. 3 years. 3 years ago, the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim... Like, can we do that where, like, we just build this compilation of people saying how long ago Skyrim came out? Never for 11/11/11. Never forget the day of the incident.
And is still played by thousands of users collectively every day. It still has between the original version of Skyrim and Skyrim Special Edition a combined 35,000 active players on PC, not to mention the tens of thousands of players on Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch. The game was overall hugely successful and is still to this day one of the best-selling video games of all time. In this video, we are going to conduct an in-depth analysis as to what makes this game.
You said it, not me. Alrighty, I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited. Oh, fuck. I jumped ahead there. I'm excited, guys.
Was overall hugely successful and is still to this day one of the best-selling video games of all time. In this video, we are going to conduct an in-depth analysis as...
You don't have to establish why it's relevant that you talk about this topic. I mean, I don't know, like... Hang on. I say that it's one of the most influential games of the 2010s. I might rework this. You see this not just with its gargantuan sales figures, landing Bethesda's sale price at Microsoft twice that of Star Wars, but in the explosion of open-world games in the 2010s and rise in popularity of perk-based progression systems in the least expected places. I do also mention, like, my thing for mentioning the time frame is I started this project the month of Dovahkiin's 10th birthday. So I guess I'm guilty of all this currently in my rough draft. Look at this graph.
As to what makes this game so great, why people are still playing it to this day, and also detail the...
Whoa! Whoa, you consumer! You dirty, dirty consumer. You consumed dirt.
Flaws new players may experience while playing. This video will cover the good, the bad, and anything else I deem...
Oh, God, I have to breathe a sigh of release. He said the good, and I'm like, there's a lot of ways this can go. The bad, the good, the bad. Oh, no, there's only one way this can go. But he did not say, and the ugly. And thank God for it, because it's a trope.
Deemed noteworthy. We will take a retrospective look back at what this game was upon release, what it has become, and what the future looks like for it. If you're like me, then you have completed many playthroughs of Skyrim before watching this video, so here I will put...
I'm not like you. Just kidding, I am. Yes, honey.
A disclaimer. This video may contain and will likely contain major plot spoilers, so if you haven't completed Skyrim yet, or one day plan on doing so, come back to this video later.
Yeah, okay. Nobody that you just sent away is ever going to come back to this video. This is why spoiler warnings don't vibe with me. It's because everybody you send away is probably just gone forever.
I will be dividing this video up into categories with timestamps provided in the description so you can click off and return back later, or just skip to the more interesting parts. However, anyways, enough of me rambling. Now that that's out of the...
Hang on. No, he did. Never mind.
way, without further ado, let's jump right into the video. The game begins with you in the back of a carriage, and you are accompanied by Ulfric Stormcloak, who is a major character in the game. The player is never told who they are or why they're being executed. However, it is speculated that you, along with Stormcloak's soldiers and the other prisoner, were all crossing the border into Skyrim when the player was captured. This is sort of a wrong place at the wrong time scenario, as since you are seen with Ulfric, it is assumed that you are a member of the Stormcloak Rebellion. Now, the plot in Skyrim sort of revolves around this ongoing conflict between the Imperials and Stormcloaks.
You should make a video called Spoiler Warnings Are Implied. I would imagine if you're watching a video about Skyrim that's 90 minutes long, that you're not gonna give a shit. It's like, who the fuck clicks on a Skyrim video that's 90 minutes long and goes, damn, there's gonna be spoilers. I can't watch this. There's gonna be spoilers. Spoilers! Yeah, of course.
To make it short, the Stormcloaks feel that the Imperials from foreign lands are coming to Skyrim to colonize and extract valuable resources native to Skyrim. The Stormcloaks feel that it is a right to them because they are somewhat indigenous to the land. Basically,
this does not bode well.
Imperials want to come and add Skyrim to their ever-expanding empire and rule over the Stormcloaks and all of Skyrim's citizens. However, the Stormcloaks are saying no. Now, if you want the long version, the Imperials lost the Great War to the Aldemari Dominion as a condition of the peace agreement, which was
This is not the time. This is not the time. Talk about this during the Civil War. Just say, it's kind of confusing, you don't really know what's going on until you learn it later, and then talk about this when you learn it later.
White Gold Concordat, the empires had to agree that Talos was not divine, thus reducing the recognized pantheon to 8 divines rather than 9. Talos is a god and one of the 9 divines. Talos is a major folklore to the Nords, so they see this capitulation as a major betrayal, as they have...
Hang on, what? You literally said the Empire agreed that Talos was not a divine. You didn't have to clarify that Talos was a god and a divine.
Have long been loyal to supporters of the Empire. In fact, many emperors came from that province. So the Stormcloaks were created to strike back at the Empire and the Dominion for persecuting those who worship Talos as a divine. There are many more nuances to this, such as why the Dominion wants the worship of Talos to end, but again, we can go into such an in-depth detail. There are a ton of fan theories on it, so if you're interested, I can link some below in the video description. Anyway.
Thank you. Wait. Oh no, they're not here. Where's the fan theories? I was told there would be fan theories down here. Damn.
While you were waiting to be...
There's something wrong with this game of Skyrim. Yeah, there's something wrong with this game of Skyrim. Like, all the characters look like they're made out of Play-Doh. Also, I guess, yeah, you must be using mods.
Executed, you get to pick your character's race and his/her appearance. Now, upon release of the game, character customization was pretty limited, yet still advanced for its time, but I'll explain what I mean. Video games nowadays have face scan technologies for players. Fallout had some sort of facial sculpting, which allowed for almost endless character customization. With a retrospective look back from it today, Skyrim's character customization was pretty limited and lacked truly endless combinations of visual appearances. Obviously, there are...
I can't do this. I can't do this. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Alright, I think we're done here. It's been fun. Let's see. We are back to being monetized on this channel. About time. Yeah, they literally, like, thrust it onto me. Hang on. What did I say at this point? Because he doesn't make his money through exploitation of someone else's labor? Oh, okay. We'll have to do that at a later date. I don't have the patience. Okay? All you people, all 4 of you people who said that I was too tilted to watch strategy after watching Genji, no, this is what me being fucking too tilted to watch a video looks like. I know full well I would fucking savage that guy if I was watching him right now. So I'm going to come back to it when I'm a lot more calm. I can't do 2 in a row. I can't do this shit twice in a row. It's like assault on my brain. My brain is not made of chicken breast. But yeah. I'm probably not going to stream for a couple days. I've got stuff coming up. So, this is going to end a streak of what, 5 streams in the last week or whatever. Yeah, I'm re-uploading old VODs, so if you haven't seen the old VODs, they'll be coming up on this channel. I'm not even that mad. It's just that I know full well that I'm going to fucking destroy this guy in a way that he doesn't deserve if I watch it now. I don't think that's anger. I think that's just knowing your limits and knowing what you should and should not do. He just needs to watch some Red vs. Blue. I got claimed for Red vs. Blue. Oh, that Fortnite shit didn't claim me, but Rooster Teeth? Oh, yeah. They gotta smack me down. I'm re-uploading their fucking stupid fucking Zero show. I think they're gonna hold that review as long as possible. They unblocked it pretty quickly, but I think they're gonna hold it for review for like the max amount of time, because I was kind of mildly shit-talking Modern Rooster Teeth. But you getting mad destroying people is the entire reason I watch this shit. And that's fine if it's somebody who is, like, has a viewership. And I mean, that guy wasn't, like, completely irrelevant, but there is like a lower bound where I kind of have to try and be a little nicer. And I can't just unload